What's up there, my dudes? Shaking. Been a minute. I'm sure has. S- 1 second, sorry. Everything else. There we go. Okay, just getting all my fucking chats lined up. Oh, anyhow, yeah. People are. I wonder if anybody's even watching. I can't quite see. Anyhow, I hope you guys had a good weekend. I had a pretty good one. You're doing a lot of thinking. Yeah, Nick is back tonight. You're absolutely right. But it's like I'm excited. 6:30 in Colorado. Hell yeah. What's up, Robin? No, don't matter. Oh wow. Oh, what's up, Rick? On time tonight, actually. Pretty psyched about that. Starting my last stream right quick. Oh, what's up? Oh wow. Hell yeah. Thank you, Robin. You always hook me up. Or you have last time and this time, I think. I appreciate that. Thank you. Much appreciated. That's weird. Okay, there we go. Anyhow, let's get to it. I was I don't know if you guys watched that stream that I did on the White House Correspondents' Dinner. That's such a setup, man. I don't believe for a second. Some people, that was their first thought too. I wasn't the only one that thought something is up here. This seems fishy. And not only that, it's not that this time seems fishy. It's the and it may not even be Trump. Alls I'm saying is there's something else going on here. We're missing data. Simple as that. Because the way that everything looked, it just came off to me like it wasn't a surprise to most people that were there. They just didn't seem all that surprised by it. Didn't seem all that freaked out by it. Everybody was like grabbing up bottles of champagne and shit because the night was canceled. So they were like, they weren't going to leave that, which I don't blame them. I mean, I don't really drink. If I did, I wouldn't leave them. But I think it could be a couple of things. It could be that could have been a message from Israel. I mean, you can't put that past them. You can't you discount that at your own peril. Like it may not have been Trump, like with the Matthew Crooks. Okay, I mean I can get behind that. He did get popped in the ear supposedly. Thank you, Robin. Yeah, he got shot in the ear and supposedly, and that would be damn near impossible to fake that or to set that up. But like as if they couldn't rig something or make in the commotion make it seem like put blood from his ear or whatever. But that's possible, but then also you have to contend with the fact that okay, what if it could have still been a setup and that he had nothing to do with, and he got lucky. I mean, it is fishy. I mean, and it bothers me. It's like, what is going on here? And the way the Trump's lackadaisical attitude throughout the whole thing, that's why I kind of lean a little bit. And not only that, I got this feeling from it when I was watching it and I seen everything play. I mean, I didn't watch it play out live, but I turned it, I pulled, or I saw it on YouTube, pulled it up before that Asian chick had spoken. So that was in between when they, you know, grabbed him up and ran him out of there, supposedly, or and when she spoke, I think it was, there was a few minutes between it, but everybody was just gathered, just chilling, having a good old time. And then not only that, I got I had this, like I said, I had a feeling, and it was that, Trump, what did he do before this? The Apprentice. He's the ultimate showman that everybody constantly, they're saying, oh, he's the ultimate showman. And I got that feeling like, man, this is just a part of the show, like, and the feeling that I actually is kind of was on a few different counts. And I was thinking to myself, like, you know, I f- our government is losing our consent, or it's lost our consent, but I feel like they've turned to gimmicks and grifts and circus shit, bread and circuses. And this is just part of that. This, all of this is just part of the grift. It's part of the bread and circuses thing. And every time we turn around, there's some other convenient event happens that we need to feel bad for Donald, or rally behind Donald. I mean, even when he wasn't in office, that stuff was happening. The mugshots, all of it. It was just another part of the show. You know what I'm saying? It's like the Trump show for the last 12 years. And this was just the latest event. Nobody likes the guy anymore. And this stuff, I feel like this stuff keeps happening. I mean, I think it built him up, and then and it took the war for a lot of us to abandon him. And now that the war's, that's even rough. He got the Epstein files out of the news, and then the war happens, and then he gets shot at again. And it's just like, come on, dude. I'm not believing this bullshit anymore. It just seems like bullshit to me. Like slop, man. Slop. Like truly, that's what this is. Just a bunch of slop. And it's getting to where it's pissing me off. Like we're not being treated like civilians, like citizens, like Americans. And I just don't like it. I don't like it at all. And I don't like how everything, well, yeah, they are pissing down our back and telling us it's raining. But the thing is there's like, it's not just bullshit, it's like bullshit and then some. And they're going to affect our politics in the future after Trump isn't in office. It's just there's more, there's a deviousness to it. And I mean, part of me thinks maybe it's Netanyahu or Israel uh asserting themselves. I mean, I could totally see that. I could totally see that. Distraction from what? Like, have you seen dudes' polls? They're cratering. The Republicans' polls are cratering. They got like 8 months before, or less than that, before they're going up for a reelect. Like the Republicans are fixing to go through another election, or both parties. But I mean, a lot of these politicians are coming up for reelection, and Trump is falling off. People are upset. They're pissed off about it, and I just feel like this is another one of the gimmicks. And it's Trump and the showman in him, and all, the apprentice guy, the attention guy. And I mean, I could absolutely picture him sitting in the situation room, or whatever, on the airplane, whatever, but him in the room with some advisors, like talking, kind of spitballing, and them kicking the idea of, staging assassination. I mean, I can see it. I don't put it past them. They're crooked as a barrel of snakes, and what anything they can get away with, and think about this. This isn't an avenue that is tried and true. This isn't like an avenue that our politicians have used really before. I think there have been legitimate assassinations all the way up until practically Trump. None of these things happened in Obama's term, not once. And all of a sudden, I'm supposed to believe that they're just like regular occurrences now? I don't know, man. That just seems like bullshit to me. Yeah, maybe there is a parallel between America, and Israel, but I think actually there's a lot more going on than that. I think, it's one thing to just have a parasite that's sucking the life or the resources out of you. But that I don't think that would be damaging us like we're damaged and like the wound that we have. I don't think it's just bleeding. I think like it's not just losing resources. No, no, we're being changed. Our way of life has it's we've been changed. Our way of life has changed. All of a sudden we live in an authoritarian, basically a communist version of America. I mean, I have a theory on that, but I mean it's a separate theory though. Like that's due to something. But I think we're kind of being hit. Eh, eh, you know, I did tree work for years. It's kind of weird. I just popped into my head, but in tree work, when a tree dies or when a tree starts declining, because I've worked on trees that are multiple hundreds of years old. I've worked, and over that, maybe 500 years old. There was a tree within a mile from my house that was my dad told me when he was a little boy, it was the same size. He's like, that damn tree ain't grown not at all since I was a kid. And let me tell you something, this tree was like 10 trees in one. When it did finally fail, each limb was like a major, huge, mature oak, but per limb, per liter. I mean, it was crazy, but it failed from rotting. But anyway, when you see a tree on the decline, and I remember my boss, he always telling me this, nothing ever just kills a tree. Almost never. It's always a convergence of multiple, either being attacked by multiple different animals or diseases, plus a drought, plus like there are these insects called borers, and they bore into trees, and you can see sawdust around the base of the tree when they're doing it. And when they go into a pine tree, I've said this before, a pine tree, they emit sap out of a wound. So when that boar tries to bore into it and like an ant basically, it drowns that bug and kills it. That's why Jurassic Park had the bugs in the amber. That's what a tree does as a defense. The only thing is, in those borers, they can't kill that tree unless it's weakened by multiple things. Like the tree won't have enough sap unless it will have enough sap to kill that bug unless there's a drought too. The bug doesn't have the ability to kill it on its own. It needs the help of a drought. You understand what I'm saying? And it's the same thing. There's mistletoe, which is a parasite. It's a plant parasite. Uh, yeah, mistletoe, it can't kill a tree by itself, but it can add to the stress on the tree, which will end up killing the tree. You need multiple factors. I mean, trees, I mean, the things they're meant to live a long time, and you know, they don't get to live all that while without being hardy and without being able to survive uh you know, attacks from bugs or other plants. It has to have, yeah, or its defenses are such that no one thing can take it down. But when you start getting a convergence, that's when stuff starts being able to waylay these things. Well, and that's what I'm saying about us. We're a big oak. Okay, it didn't we didn't just start overnight. No, this was a tree, that a seed, an acorn that was planted many moons ago, many, many moons. And I we couldn't be taken out by a war. We couldn't be taken out by a flu epidemic, a huge recession that took other countries out, other like Germany, and it took other countries out. When we survive all these things, we survive the Soviet Union. But for some reason, we're not able to survive, uh, these Marxist ideologies, and then also mismanagement by our elites. They've just mismanaged the nation or the empire or the nation, however you want to refer to it. They've mismanaged it. And then also And what I mean by the ideologies is like, the effect that it's having on our culture. Nobody's having kids and all these different things. It's like, and it's like, I would say we had multiple different factors beating down on us, and we were still above replacement rate. Up until 2008, we were above replacement rate. And there's only a couple of things you could say have changed since 2008. But I would say we were still being hit by the mismanagement, obviously, with all the wars and such. We were still being hit by a certain amount of the ideology. I mean, you know what I'm saying? There's still a good chunk of the variables that we're being waylaid with right now were still around then. But it took a couple of different things to happen after Obama got elected, just a radicalization of our politics, uh, and, multiple things. And honestly, I think we kind of I feel like we let our guard down when it comes to ideology with the when the Soviet Union uh collapsed. And we've always had the academia, our academia has always been left coded, left leaning, always, to it, I mean, to a certain extent. And I mean, you should know, people do know that since the 60s, like with the weathermen and the weather underground and all these terrorist organizations, well, they failed at terrorizing us into submission or into communism. So they changed tack, and they said there was going to be this long march through the institutions. They were going to take over American institutions, and they they kind of did. And I think most people agree that, yeah, they kind of took everything over. Education, it's totally owned. And like this guy that attacked or went to shoot at Trump, this guy was a Caltech graduate with like a degree in mechanical engineering. This guy was no dummy. But because he was well educated with the American institution, higher education institution, he had to go through 10 years of indoctrination to get that stuff. So it's like, and that guy that shot at Trump, you go through that, like that. Some people got a hold of his social stuff, or some of it, before it got deleted because his social media account on Blue Sky got shut down. And it wasn't even all that radical, or it was radical, but no more radical than what a normal Democrat would be saying. Like, can anybody honestly say that normal Democrats, they're not crazy? Like this, they call for the murder of Donald Trump. They do. Oh, they missed him and this and that. So like a regular Democrat is like psycho, but this guy was just kind of a regular Democrat. If you looked at this guy's Blue Sky, it looked no worse than anybody else's Blue Sky. And that should scare us, man. The fact that that regular Democrats, they don't even have to subscribe to any special ideology. They will become radicalized by the mainstream Democrat culture. That's scary, man. All these all these would-be assassins and assassins like Tyler Robinson or whoever killed or the guy that killed Charlie Kirk, they were all like 4.0 GPA students or above. That kid Thomas Crooks or Matthew Crooks, that dude had like a 4.83 or some shit. Like borderline genius, pretty much. This guy that just got caught over the weekend, homeboy went to Caltech. That is arguably the best engineering or technical and engineering school in the world, like better than MIT, which is, I don't know how much better, but like my dad is in the engineering trade or industry, and that, like, Caltech, then MIT, pretty much. I mean, they're right there. But Caltech is one of the best schools, engineering schools on the planet. This dude graduated with a master's and a damn good, like a straight A average or some shit. And the same thing, Tyler Robinson, 4.0 GPA. Uh, I think I want to say, oh yeah, and that kid, Luigi Mangione. This guy went to a private college and he was a straight A valedictorian. So that's just evidence to me that we have a really sick body politic. Yeah, I regret voting for him too, JQ. I absolutely regret it. I'm, I kind of, it's a little cringe because I look back now and I'm like, wow, that's not all that hidden. This guy was a crook. It's just kind of, I wasn't looking at it. You know, he said some of the things I wanted to hear, bad enough, I guess. But I'm not going to be ashamed over it. Fuck, I don't give a fuck what people think. Like, go ahead, you don't like it? Oh well. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody makes mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody is perfect. Nobody. And everybody has been wrong. Everybody's been wrong about politics sometime at some point in their life. Nobody has all the answers. And I'm not going to let another flawed human being, try to make me feel bad. It's like, fuck you. The people you voted for let in 10, 20 million illegal immigrants. So go fuck yourself. Like, no, no. I'm not cool with the war. I think it's terrible, but there's all you can do is go on what people say. Like, everybody's seen Forrest Gump. There's a part in that movie where that dude that beats Jenny in Washington, and he's like, that lying son of a bitch Johnson. Yeah, you know, if they lie, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, the one thing that Trump said most often was no more foreign wars. That was his thing. That was his thing. And the guy he had some evidence, like he had been saying that this was done, like these wars were stupid, and he was one of the first ones that called out the Iraq thing. So it's like, I refuse to be embarrassed. Not only that, considering what the Democrats did, just prior, it's like they really don't have a leg to stand on either. And I don't want to, like, this is politics. And the guy got the popular vote. So, it wasn't just me, it was most of the country. Same thing with Obama. Obama lied through his teeth, said he was going to be different, this, that, and the third. I don't know how many people I know that are kind of on the side of they're just left of center or barely just right of center, and they voted for Obama back then, and they all regretted it, all of them, because the guy just he damaged us. He damaged our politics and our body politic. So, it's like, spare me if I'm, as if I'm the politician who did the evil stuff. No, I didn't vote for any of this, just like Democrats didn't vote for. I didn't vote for the war, just like Democrats didn't vote for the war. So really, it's like, bro, and that's if we even assume that Kamala Harris wouldn't have done this, and I don't believe that for a second. I'm pretty damn sure we would still be in this war because they got Trump to do it. Do I think that Kamala Harris is stronger willed than Trump? No, not even close. Yeah, well, except Obama, his cousin, he's cousins with like George Bush, bro. Like, are you kidding me? This guy his family. He has other family members that have been presidents. Like, he's not black. People that say he's black, they're kind of dumb because he's not black. The dude is related to like Hillary Clinton and George Bush. Nah, nah. They just picked him because they could slip him under the door and get him in. They took advantage of the people's empathy and people's, they're better angels for wanting to do that. Yeah, Kamala was an idiot. Absolutely. I agree. And that was kind of scary to me too. That's one thing Obama at least wasn't. He wasn't an idiot. I mean, the guy did come up with the JCPOA. I can't, that was a pretty good deal, really and truly. And it was a good deal for us. It was a bad deal for Israel. That's the issue. And I don't think, if Kamala had been in there, I don't think she would have done any better, honestly. I really don't. Like, what makes anybody think that she has more fortitude than Trump? She was a grifter, just like, if you say Trump's a grifter, then she's definitely a grifter. How many guys did she, blow? Like, she didn't get to where she is or where she was by merit. No, no, she didn't. Absolutely not. I'm not Like, I don't even want to like pretend that she did, or just for argument's sake. No. She got there. She kept failing upward. See, that's the problem with the Democrats. The sons of bitches, they just fail up. That's a problem. And that's a major problem. Like, it's a bureaucratic problem. You know, we're being bludgeoned to death by bureaucrats. That's how it feels to me, anyhow. Like, straight up, just a shit ton of bureaucrats. And like these federal programs, they're rewarded for expanding their budget every year. Every year, they're rewarded for that. That's incredible. Like, that blows my mind. But it's a fact, that is a good thing. If you can find more or better ways to spend taxpayers' money with these bureaucracies, FBI, or any of these public sector jobs in Washington. And I've multiple people I know that have worked in them said that, yeah, we if you could expand your budget, you got like a pat on the back from your next higher up, your next superior. Like, that's a major problem. That's a major problem, man. Like, just like Thomas Jefferson said, that the government that governs least governs best. And that's a fact. I am looking forward to this to tonight's show. And that lucky bastard, he was abroad and shit. Like, I would have I'd love to go abroad. Must be nice, right? Must be nice. I think I will one day. Hopefully I will. But a lot of people are saying, isn't it's kind of weird that Nick Fuentes goes abroad when all this happened, like, the SPLC stuff happens. I'm thinking, bro, for real though? Although they did supposedly they funded the rally in North Carolina. Apparently they did. From what I understand, they put some money behind it, but I kind of I don't believe it. I don't really care either. And I seen somebody on X just like an hour ago who said, the Bible was written by Jews. And that's kind of moot. I just think that's moot, and it's besides the point, because I don't think the actual content of the Bible is what's special, like the stories themselves. Like, we're being taught a lesson by the stories. Does it really matter who wrote the stories? Like, if there's some essential point to the fable or to the story, and the point of the story is good and it's righteous, and like, does it matter who wrote the story? Because it's not really the story. It's not like, and furthermore, they don't live by the stories. They shun the stories. They talk crap about the story. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they don't even live by it. Like, it's no good for them. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like even if it was written by Jays, what difference does that make? Does that make it any less poignant? Any less human? Yeah, I don't see them paying Nick. I guess it's possible they could have paid him, but like I was just saying with the Bible, I actually don't really think it matters, because to me, he's winning hearts and minds, and at least waking people up to problems and issues. You know, he's been saying it. He's the one who kind of brought stuff back into vogue, or brought it back into acceptable discourse, because of him, which I think is, that's he deserves some credit. And because of him, a lot of people have come around to positions that I hold. And whether or not he's paid by I don't really care, you know. And I think the people that think like me and the people that come to, you know, understand what he's talking about, what I'm talking about, they're not the they're not the follow the leader type. I really, and yeah, I voted for Trump. I guess that was somewhat follow the leader, but I was also 10, 12 years younger, and I think a lot more about it. But seeing what's up with Trump, I'm kind of heartened. So many people, once he did that, like Alex Jones, all these different leaders, they're like, "Yep, I didn't vote for," and I just think that's a good thing, and that says a lot about. Yeah, he was the first one, absolutely, Deuce. But it says a lot about the people that just said, "I did not vote for this," and did not follow this dude down that path, because I know it, and it kind of does look like a cult to me now. Like the people that are still in it, that's a little cultish, and when he crossed a line, we found a lot of people, they weren't with him till the end. They were with him to to achieve their goals, to reach the ends that they, reach the finish, or get stuff done that I want done, close the border, like a lot of different things. And then as soon as he stepped out of line, like actually went back on campaign promises, because some of the other, like the ICE and all of the deportations, I think I kind of agree with Nick, but at the same time, he didn't just outright. It's not like he threw the border open, or kept it open. You know what I mean? Whereas the war, it's that's what he did. He did the exact opposite of what he said he was going to do. Whereas at least with the border and the and deportations, he didn't do the opposite. Okay, it could have been much better, and I could have got everything, people could have got deported, but at, at the same time though, we didn't get any more. Like that, to me, there's a big distinction between not fulfilling a campaign promise and doing the exact opposite of the campaign promise. That to me is it's unacceptable. And he didn't do the exact opposite until this war. The other stuff, he just waffled, or, didn't go as hard as he said he would, or didn't go as hard as we wanted him to, as opposed to just straight up doing the exact. Everybody, this is why he was voted for, because we didn't want to go to war with Iran. Like it's not like we were at risk of going to war with Iraq again or something. No, it was Iran. And that insurrection Barbie, I seen she made a comment about, she was talking about all of these enemy, talking shit about people who like us that have left Trump. Now we hate him. They're still $7,000. They get paid their 7 grand. They toe the party or the Trump line, the MAGA line. And this bitch, she was saying, talking about enemies and stuff. And one, she was saying, uh, oh, it was like Bernie or somebody. She was saying or Hassan or something. She's saying that, oh, they strengthened China. They strengthened this, that, you know what I mean? Like she was just ticking off all the things, stuff that's bad. And I was thinking, God, it was all propaganda. Like when I hear say she's strengthening China, or it was something derogatory about the person in China, and I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck has China done to us? Like I used to like worry about that. Now I realize these people are on our team. Like they're on our team. Whether people want to believe that or not, China is on our team. They play ball with us. They're down with it. They're in it for the money. They don't give a shit what we think. They're not trying to change us. As long as they get paid, They're good. They don't give a damn what we want to do, you know? Whereas we have this obsession with forcing other people to do what we think they should do. And it like we haven't let that get in the way of China yet. But we're close. Like we have a faction in our country that wants to like fight China and shit, even though they're on our side. But you know, that's just this imperialistic urge to subjugate other people or to force them to play ball. I don't know what it is. It's some sick imperialist urge people have, but it's not like China is like Iran. You know, it's not like that at all. Where they, you know, they don't watch our they watch our movies. They play ball with us like just pretty much as Europe does. They're making a lot of money off us though. And you know, so they're down with it. These other I don't you know why people make they it's like they look for enemies around the world. Now I get it when countries set themselves up as enemies, but what the hell are we doing? Why are we trying to pick fights with our allies, with people that do business with us? I just it's stupid. And I see it a lot, especially from these these people that are diehard MAGA influencers or these diehard liberals. Oh man, they have all the right opinions, all the right thoughts, and express all the right opinions. And it's just like a bunch of lemmings, man. None of these people think for themselves anymore, or if they ever did, I suppose they never did. But it's just sad. We live with a shit ton of lemmings, people that can't think for them or don't want to think for themselves. They just want to they want to rah 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 on their team, and I'm not with it, man. I want policies to happen that I advocate for. I don't give a shit what team wins. Whichever team is going to give me my shit, then that's the team I'm going to be with. I mean, the one that actually does. Neither of them do now. But like, I really don't care. I've never voted Democrat, but I would. I would in a heartbeat if they were offering stuff that I wanted. You damn right. What's up, Brandon? And I can see it actually in the culture. The Democrats, they are pivoting to us. They're pivoting to white males again. They're trying their damnedest anyway. Now they can't get away with just switching over because they would lose, you know, they would have a lot of like women with their hair on fire, you know, black women and stuff freaking out. But like you look on the Young Turks, I think with the exception of Cenk and Anna, and like two black guy or three black people, a black woman, two black guys. The rest on that show are white dudes, and they've all been hired in the last 6 months. That says a lot. That I mean, okay, yeah, it's not they're not conservatives, of course. They're not. They're still liberal coded. They're still female coded, but they realize we can't. This is unsustainable. They're coming. They're warming back up, which I think is only going to benefit the country, you know, because we will have the opportunity to pull them back towards the center, back to reality. And that's important. Yeah, yeah, Hakeem Jeffries, he's an idiot. Like, he's just a lousy speaker. He doesn't seem all that intelligent at all. But, you know, that's just Hakeem Jeffries, you know. That guy, his dad was like uh, a famous, at he's similar to Jesse Jackson, I believe. Yeah, I agree. Chad's vote America first. I think people that love America vote America first. And there's no reason that Democrats couldn't be America first. And that's all I'm saying is if they adopt the right policies, they could be America first. Yeah, America first is a set of policy prescriptions. And whoever's willing to advocate on for those policy prescriptions, you know, get is America first. So it's not about the parties, but the people that vote blue no matter who, and these MAGA morons, that's not how they think. Blue no matter who, and they vote red no matter what. Like this is madness. This is madness, man. This was never supposed to be the case. I don't know who Owen Schroyer is. Another thing too is, you remember the DEI stuff? I remember when I was a kid, commercials had white people. Like the majority, 99% of commercials were white people with white kids, white families. And I don't necessarily need it to be like that 100%, but now it's like 2%. It's like totally done a flip, a complete backwards. And now, or at least the last time I watched TV, these commercials, they got to have coloreds. They all have to be coloreds. Or no. It has to be a white woman and a colored man. That's how our commercials have to be. And this is a problem. Like, why am I not represented in any of America's like, we're not represented in the content that is made for us. And it's just, it's it's not good. Well, every other, in Kenya, white people are banned from being in commercials. Banned, bro. They will not allow white people. Other countries have banned white models in their commercials. So most of the world doesn't have white people in the commercials. Why is the part of my world, my planet, this planet, why is the part where I live in that's populated by people that look like me? Why is it that I don't get commercials that are tailor made for me? Why do I get commercials that are tailor made for mulattoes and mutts and mixtures and this and that, but not from everybody else but me? Like, it's I don't know if it's a symptom of a degrading culture, or well, it's obviously a symptom. But we need to there's got to be a way to stand up and correct this stuff. There's got to. All this shit has come about since Obama was in office. It hasn't been around that long. There's got to be a way to fight this stuff. Like, all white commercials should absolutely be allowed. And they shouldn't be dictating to us who we get to have in our commercials. And I know at one point, white people wanted, well, we want more diversity. And what's messed up about all this, to my mind, is it's like, you do realize that all those people were excluded because they were, like 1% of our, 10 at the most, they were 13% of our population. You know what I'm saying? Like the 13%. And that's why they're excluded. There aren't that many. And when you start, if you want to go ahead and focus on 13%, okay, good luck. Good luck going down the Hollywood path. That's the route they took, and they're dying. They're on their last leg. They're doing their death throes, their swan song. And anybody who wants to make up for past wrongs, they need to be failing. And that's what's happening to us. All of our institutions that have taken it upon themselves to right the wrongs committed by people that are long since dead. And I feel like that's a hell of a lot of the problems we're struggling with right now, is trying to, instead of giving the best people the jobs, instead of giving the best people the opportunities, we haven't been doing that for over a decade, it seems now, where we've it's all about diversity, equity, inclusion, putting women into places where they don't even really want to be, putting coloreds in places that they have no business being in, like, you know, getting into these Harvard colleges, like it's ruined that whole institution, the whole institution of education in America is ruined because, oh, we don't want to have SATs anymore. We don't want to do it by merit anymore. We want to fix past wrongs because we think what it all amounts to is that people think that those who can't seem to get it together, who can't seem to be successful, coloreds, the black community, they can't seem to get it together. Uh, and other small communities. And a lot of, especially liberals, they think that this can be fixed. That really it's just a problem of, what do they call, white privilege. That they're just not, they need to get a boost up because we started out ahead of them. They need a boost. They need extra. Well, that's bullshit. We've been giving them a boost since the 60s and they still suck. That's not the problem. It's not a lack of opportunity. They have everybody but white men has all the opportunity they could possibly. They could not have more opportunity, but they don't deserve the opportunity. A lot of them don't. You have kids like that Thomas or Matthew Crooks that have almost 5.0 GPAs. Those kids should be getting the first spots at Harvard, and and Asians too. They kick ass at school. They should be they should be winning because they have the most merit. And that's what I'm saying is, because we aren't operating on the with a meritocracy anymore, with hierarchy anymore. We are operating under an equality oriented society, equal outcome oriented. That's what our society is based on, whether we like it or not. It just is. It's based on equal opportunity. And you can see it with Irina Zarutska, and then with police officers that get thrown in jail for nothing. Or they get, like I seen one yesterday, a cop got prison time for manslaughter because some dude was running from the police on a motorcycle, and this cop threw a little small igloo, little hard cooler, threw it, and he threw it in front of the guy, and it hit the guy, and he wrecked, and it killed him. This guy was also in a high speed chase. Well, that guy got years in prison. And then at the same time, you get people like that dude who killed Irina Zarutska. They get let out. This is equality of outcomes, disparate outcomes. They're trying to fix past wrongs, or saying, it's like they think the black guy that killed Irina Zarutska, it's not his fault. He grew up in a broken home, which I admit that sucks. But he grew up in a broken home, and there was violence, and there was this, and there was that. He didn't have any opportunity. And they make it seem like that guy would be an upstanding citizen of his community if they would just not throw him into prison one of these times. And what's he do? He gets out and kills somebody, kills a, I don't even want to get into it. He kills a beautiful young Ukrainian woman. And it was, I mean, it was the brutality of it too, but that's we're operating under this equality of outcome rubric. I mean, or structure. That's what it is. The whole meritocracy. It took many, many years for meritocracy to be whittled down, whittled down, whittled down till it was gone. And it started in the '60s, maybe even the after World War II. But the, the transition from meritocracy to equity of outcome happened. I don't know exactly. It took a long time, but it happened. And the further away from meritocracy we got, the worse things get and have gotten. Since the '70s, we've been struggling to tread water, just to keep our head above water. And a lot of it has to do with that we don't have a meritocracy anymore. That, this equity of outcome, they're seeking to achieve that by means of force, authoritarianism, or just outright tyranny. Outright tyranny. They're going to they ignore, or they've made it legal, and actually they encourage people to discriminate against white men. They encourage discrimination. They go out of their way to make sure that it's allowed. Like I've said before, restaurants, a Mexican restaurant, if it's a Mexican owner of a restaurant, he can hire only Mexicans in his restaurant, but a white owner or a Mexican owner cannot only hire white men. That's against the law to only have white men or to have white people. If you have no coloreds in your restaurant, it's against the law. but they can have no white people in their restaurant. That's not against the law. That's totally fine. That's more, not, more than it's not just fine. It's actually smile. It's you'll get extra. You'll get a gold star for that, basically. And that's how it goes. Same thing in the military. Oh, they love promoting coloreds and holding. I mean, this is just the nature of our society at this point, and it's worse in some places than others. You know, it's really bad in California, New York. I mean, and white men, the jobs that will allow white men, like the jobs of authority that white men can get, most guys turn them down. Like the cops, nobody wants to be a cop anymore. But I mean, white people can become cops, but you know, it was attacked because it was a white job, basically a white coated job. So they attacked it. They attacked all those men, got them all just to retire. You know, and it's like because we've been hounded out of so many industries, they make it so, you know, so unwelcoming and so hostile that it, you know, we just totally said, never mind, keep it. You can have this whole industry if that's the way you feel about it. I mean, that's how it seems to me. Like, and I heard somebody like that dude, he was on what was that kid's podcast? And Nick went on his podcast, a young white kid with the blonde hair. He lives in California. I forget his name. But he had that chubby kid that's the financial wizard on it. He was on his show anyway, interviewing him. And the guy was saying, I would love it if women went into the trades. I would love it if men went into nursing. And I'm thinking to myself, like, bro, why don't you shut the fuck up, dude? Like, and he's like, men should get into nursing, this and that. Well, first of all, there are men in nursing. But second of all, you know, the jobs that are like truly male coded and female coded, why I don't get what would be the boon or the benefit of us like trades. You know, there are that's mostly made up by the men, and I would imagine for good reason. Nursing, same thing. It's mostly made up by women. And I know people that become male nurses, and it's no great shakes. You know, what's the point? You may as well become a doctor. But I just, you know, the stuff that has crossover, there is crossover. But why would you, you know, we've seen this degradation of all these different industries. Uh, I don't want my house being built like a house of fucking cards. I want it to be able to withstand a hurricane. Thank you very much. Excuse, you know, I'm not gonna say I'm sorry about it either. I don't want a woman making my fucking house. I'd rather make my own house. And it's nothing against women. That's just not their strong point. Would I want a man raising my kids? Fuck no. Or watching them? Hell no. But I do want a man building my domicile. Yes, indeed, I do want that. I want a man flying my airplane. Hell yes. But do I want a hardtail deliver or you know waiting on me in a restaurant? Fuck no. Hell no. Anything but that. I just don't want it. I mean, there's a lot of things like that where I don't want to be waited on by a man. It's just no, I don't want it. I find women much easier to deal with. At least certain things I prefer to deal with. I prefer a female interaction as opposed to a male interaction. I just like handling my food. No thanks, unless you're the chef. But otherwise, yeah, no, I'm good. It's the same thing. You know, I've had quite a few nurses, and I've always held to that saying: "There's nothing so good as a good nurse, and nothing so bad as a bad nurse." That's a fact. That is a fact. But women make way better nurses. They just do. Good female nurses. I mean, there's not much better in the world. Like when you're in need and you're hurt or injured and weak and you need help, like I think female nurses just they get it done. But you know, we need to come to back to reality where it's okay to say that yeah, men are better at working with their hands than women are. And you know, where also where we say, yeah, white people are smarter than black people on the whole. They have a better range of IQ. It's I mean, you know, they have many more geniuses per thousand, or you know, there's a it skews higher. Well, we've been told like for years they made that totally unsayable suicide. It was social suicide to say stuff like that. But at the same time, though, I don't, or like the cry for diversity. Oh, we need to diverse news organizations. We need people of color to be represented in news organizations. Well, okay, we can do that. We can have a couple of news anchors, but now it's all the news anchors are female and colored. Well, what about the NBA? We need some diversity in the NBA too. If we're going to ignore merit, if we're going to ignore actual competency, okay, then why the fuck is the NBA all coloreds? Hmm? Why the fuck is that? I want some representation on the basketball court. So, yeah, I want that. Same thing with football. I want more white people. This is a white nation. It's over half white. I want over half white people in football. There should be a fucking quota then. There's a quota in the news, then I expect there to be a quota all the way around, and it better be goddamned equal. If because this is the game they're playing. What's messed up about it is it's not equal. It's never been equal. They're just seeking to straight up supplant us. Like they don't want any white people in Hollywood. They just want it to all be minorities where they twist all the characters and stuff, characters that were written to be specifically, a white person. I mean, and I'm not obsessed about the white people thing. What I'm saying is they have their representation, and like it would be one thing if it was just merit all the way across. Okay, basketball's mostly black. Oh well. Golf is mostly white, tennis is mostly white, and that's the way it should be. But then when they go in colleges where they take seats away from people that deserve them and implant a colored person, or they take, they start throwing people out of positions of authority or forward facing positions like news anchors. And we end up with Dawn Lemon, or what the hell was her name? The African woman with the blonde hair, Joy Reid, that crazy she was scum, man. That woman, I scrape better stuff off my boots than that woman, man. Not even kidding. I mean, I see what you're saying, Horizon, but look, man, we're going through a tough spot at the moment, and that happens. That happens. And like I've said in the past few things that from what I can see, I think we're going to see a pendulum swing, or things are going to get they're not going to keep getting worse. I feel like they're going to trend back towards, you know, uh, let's say 15 population wise, like I've said, a lot of Hispanics, they'll be going home, you know, as soon as they're and these Somali, a lot of people are going to go home when things, really start changing, because they are about to start changing. We can't afford a lot of this stuff anymore, and that stuff they're gonna disappear. I'm not so worried about our percentage because we're in a tough spot right now. But so is all the other groups, bro. The only reason why that percentage has even changed is because they let in millions. If they hadn't let in that many people, the black community barely replaces itself, if it even replaces itself anymore. Same thing with this. Every community in America is struggling with the same stuff that white people are. Every community in North and South America is struggling with this. Like I said, Mexico is below replacement rate now. So there's going to be a reverse. There's going to be a pull taking some of these people back to their homes. But also, we're in a tough spot right now. Well, when we get this stuff sorted out, when white people start having children again, if they do, because, and like, the reason why I say that is because all these other races, they're struggling with the same thing. So they're basically, their numbers are on hold until everybody figures out how to navigate the modern, our modern culture, with social media and stuff. How do we, because all the old traditions are dead, the whole drive-in movie theaters, going on dates, dancing, and just having social events like in person, that's gone. So we're like in this transitory period trying to sort things out and figure out how we got to go forward. Well, once we do, I'm sure there will be a massive baby boom because right now we can't. Right now, it seems like we're at like in a holding pattern. Nobody's having kids. Like it's just not as when I was a kid, America was kid oriented. The Everybody had kids. You know, all the neighborhoods were full of little kids running around. And you see it with communities too, where communities like a neighborhood, it'll have kids and then all the kids grow up and then the kids move out and then it gets, they slowly get replaced by new kids. Yeah, I'm not I don't have such a my outlook really isn't that bleak to be honest. I don't think things are as bad as some people make them out to be. I just don't. Like this is still America. We're still Americans. The people are still the same. It's the way a lot of people the brainwashing that has happened. It's the way people think. It's and a lot of it has to do with what people are voting for. Like all the woke stuff that didn't come about until people voted for it more or less. Like I think it's going out of style, going out of fashion. People are starting to wake up. A lot of people that were once liberals are starting to like, wow, things are getting worse. Things aren't like things are declining. Everybody can see things are declining. And a lot of people are having to ask themselves tough questions. People that were once hardcore card carrying Democrats, card carrying communists, they're having to ask some tough questions, just like we are. We're struggling too. I mean, I am. I'm racking my brain trying to figure out what the hell's going on. And that's just what's going that's the situation we're in. We really there's this is excuse me, we're in uncharted waters. We're out in the wilderness, no trails blazed. We're doing the trailblazing at the moment. So we've got to have some latitude. We can't just freak out. Like we're not lost yet. We have it's not like we know how we got to where we're at. We can always turn around and follow our trail back out. And I'm using an analogy. We're not lost yet. Although I have heard people say that, because we've lost continuity, because the culture has changed enough and there's been a long enough, there's been like almost a whole generation since 2008. Or yeah, there has been. It's almost been 20 years. It's been a whole generation. So there's like young generations that don't remember what it was like in the 90s. That's the problem. That's the problem is there's a there's a there is a populace or a cohort out there, the youngest cohort, that doesn't know what it's like to live in real America, salt of the earth America. All they know is, and I know some of these, like Walker, he's in here. He doesn't know what the '90s were like and what it's like to live in a super homogenous society. Most people are there. We didn't have all these immigrants and stuff. But there's still a lot of time. They're young yet. And many of us do remember those times. Do remember when, politicians on the right and left used to have dinner together and shit. Although I'm pretty sure they do still, but there was a point where they weren't at each other's throats. There was much less daylight between the two of them. But what you guys are talking about, Deuce, like the petrodollar and the 40 trillion in debt. That kind of stuff, it doesn't kill human beings. So no matter what happens, we're still here as a people, as a group of people, we're still here. The problem is we're not replacing ourselves. The debt and stuff, we can pay that debt off. We paid, or the English, shit, man, they just finished paying us off for World War II in the last 2 decades. So that's possible. I don't think that's not something, I mean, it's not threatening to wipe us out as a civilization. It's threatening to to change things quite a bit. We'll have to austerity measures and or whatever, however we have to make up for it, but it's not our future isn't fading like Back to the Future or something because of it. That is happening though because we're not having kids. I heard this woman put it in a really interesting way about what's going on. The best sprinters in the world. When you see the Olympics for the 100-yard dash, there's not one white guy on the entire planet, not one white guy, Asian, every single guy that competes in a 100-yard dash is from Western Africa. I mean, they're all descended from Western Africa, if by way of Jamaica, by way of, and then the ones that win all the marathons, all from Kenya or Ethiopia. All of them are from Eastern Africa. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, people are starting to come around to the fact that there is no blank slate. People are not all the same when they're born. There's a reason why Kenya wins literally all of the marathons all over the world. They just won the London Marathon, some dude from Kenya or Ethiopia, one of the two. Same thing with the 100-yard dash. All people from West Africa, descendants of West Africans. Okay, how is it if there's a blank slate, if it's tabula rasa, everybody starts out as the same, then why is it 0 Asians, 0 white people, 0 Indians, nobody? There's 1.5 billion Indians on the planet. And you're telling me that not one, they couldn't put forth one Indian? That's not possible if the blank slate theory is true. And they're starting to have to come to this. A lot of them are coming to the conclusion that, oh, yeah, you do kind of have to lock people up if they're violent. Like, but it's the same issue as, like, what I'm saying is that's evidence that for some reason people are different. And from where they're from affects what they're like and how and their talents. Like people from West Africa. We don't know if it's physiological or if it's how they're raised, but no matter what, it's not that other people don't sprint or other people don't try to, become sprinters. It's that, yeah, muscle structure is a bit different. But what I'm saying is, hey, what's up, Roxy? It's been a while. Thank you. I didn't get a haircut. I just started styling it. Like, just started doing. I was kind of cringe. I was kind of embarrassed. Just going in looking like an idiot. But people are starting to come to reality. Okay, yeah, there are differences between groups that you can't replace an American with a Somalian and everything's good to go. No, that's just not how it works. Yeah, that might be a very good. Not a bad point you're making there, Roxy. That obviously they needed they needed to be fast runners for them to survive. That was a part of their evolution. They evolutionarily they have stronger legs, or for whatever reason they're able to run faster in the sprint. Same thing with the Kenyans. For whatever reason they run faster with that dude finished a marathon in under 2 hours. The London under 2 hours. That's insane. Isn't America marathon like 20 something miles or some shit? That's incredible. But and then when it comes to America and colleges for 4.0s and shit, we're throwing in coloreds. How does that make any sense? They are not the best. They have the lowest IQ out of any race on the planet. So what in the hell? Why is it that they get to rule all these sports? They get to be 99% of all these sports, but then when it comes time for us to get our due, for our merited due, what we're good at, okay, we're not good at chasing people down. We're not good at carrying a football, but we are good at solving problems. So it's complete bullshit, and people are coming around to it. People don't like seeing their kids get raped or killed. Although they will. like especially in England. Dude's kid gets shot by some nutcase in London, and the guy literally says, "Oh, don't look back and hate. Oh, and my son, he would want that person to be released, this and that." And it's like, well, maybe your son was wrong. Maybe he was a child, but it's like they're such an authoritarian society that even when your son gets killed, they're so woke and they're so they're way further than we are. But when your son gets killed by an Afghan or by an Indian, or your daughter gets raped, their society is so liberal and so woke and they've been so brainwashed that a lot of people will be like, no, it wasn't his fault. He was born in a broken home. Oh, he came from Africa. He came from Afghanistan. Give him another chance. And it's bullshit. Wouldn't give white guys a chance like that. Rightfully so. Rightly so. Why are we giving these colors those chances? So what? So they can just kill us some more? It's ridiculous. It's like it's not even that we're giving them chances. No, they're getting another tier of justice. They're getting it's two-tiered justice. We get held, our feet get held to the fire if we step out of line even one toe, even by a toenail. If we step out of line, we're gonna get we're gonna get it. We're gonna get the book thrown at us. But they can murder somebody and they'll be let out on bail and shit. I for the life of me, it's downright suicidal. But it's done a number on us, our society. It's become less safe. We're not a high trust society really anymore, or depends on where you live, but for the most part, it seems like we're not. You can't trust anybody. And like I said, in England, you can't even be pissed off that your son was murdered by an illegal or a foreigner or an immigrant, because you'll be thrown in jail for doing that. Like I forget, I seen one where a woman said fag and they threw her ass in jail. Some dude did something to her and she called him a fag and she got thrown in jail. Like thank God we have a little bit more sense than that, but not much. There's this double standard with everything, where the Western society is still Western society, just like it was 80 years ago for white men. It's still the West for us. It's still radical individualism with us. Get out there and get it done, guys. Everything's your fault. If you don't have a job, it's because you're lazy. If you don't have a wife and kids, it's because you're an incel. You're ugly. You're a loser. Whatever. But it's always our fault. But when it comes to anybody but a white man, there's misogyny, there's racism, there's disparate outcomes. Oh, they come from a broken home, this, that, and the third. And I sympathize with those things, but the people don't get to just skirt the law because of those things. No, they still go to jail. They still get the same sentence. There should just be there's deferral programs for addicts. There's all kinds of different programs for people. And anybody who's committed violent crimes, yeah, they need to go to prison. Like, no second chances. What the hell? If somebody's violent, how can we afford to give them chances? They've shown everybody that they're willing to hurt people. They're willing, like violence, that's kind of like the no-go zone. Like if you get violent with a cop or something, like you do something violent, well then we know you're capable of violence. Like I've never had a violent crime in my life. And like I'm not a violent person, but either way, like if you can't control yourself, you need to go to prison if you commit a crime. And that's kind of one of those that's you know if you've committed, that's one of the indicators for somebody that that's a danger, and an indicator for somebody that needs to do time. Like you don't cut a violent person a break. You don't cut somebody a break who's been arrested with a pistol or something. those people are a danger to society. It's one thing if you cut a drug addict break for shoplifting or whatever, but a violent criminal, and the way that judges used to look at it was, if I let this person out and they murder somebody, I'll never be able to live with myself. Now they have more sympathy, more empathy for the guy that's already done violent crimes than for his potential victim. They're not thinking about, that's going to fall on my head if I let this guy out and he murders somebody. I it's my response. I basically fed this person to the dogs, allowed a murderer out so that he could kill. And that's how people would think about it, and they wouldn't be willing to take that risk. Well, now it's like, you know, they have more sympathy with the criminal. They seem to think that the criminal deserves their sympathy more than the innocent bystander, the innocent person that hasn't committed crimes, that hasn't shown that they're violent. And that's a major problem that we're having in America. That's like one of the structural issues that we're dealing with. The only thing, it is just a symptom though as well. Like I was saying, a lot of these people, they seem to think that, they used to think everybody's blank slate. So if black people aren't represented in colleges and stuff, it's because they haven't been allowed to. Well, we know that's bullshit because we've been forcing them into colleges for years now, and people are starting to realize, well, that's not how it goes. No, they weren't in college before because they didn't belong in college before. It's just like white people in sports. It's like, yo, we're in the sports we belong in. If we're not in a sport, it's because we don't belong there, or we don't like it, or we whatever. There's a reason. It's the same thing with colored folks. Like a lot of them. I mean, some of them are great at school. Asians, Indians. Some of them do really well. Some of them don't. And we should just be letting the chips fall where they may. And it was, when we were a meritocracy, and people achieved, nobody has a problem with a black guy who becomes an engineer. You know, if we didn't have affirmative action and stuff, nobody would have a problem with that at all. It's when these people are being gifted these things, they're being anointed, and just ignoring all of the all the different things that have to be done by everybody else, all the other people that aren't a protected minority. And also, like, I'm starting to feel like our society, instead of trying to, how things have really become. I know that there's still women's stuff and men's stuff, and there's still women's magazines, men, and that side of the YouTube that's for women, the side that's for men and stuff. But a lot of society has become kind of it's merged. A lot of our society has just become one size fits all. And I think, I don't know if Nick likes Elon Musk, but it's all become one size fits all. And I think we're really struggling because of that. All of the co-ed schools and stuff, like, I think that's a big mistake. All the stuff that wasn't co-ed 100 years ago, there was a reason why it wasn't co-ed. And we made a major mistake by making it co-ed. Like, I kind of, when I would rant about women and stuff like that, I started thinking about it more. And it's not that it's I don't believe women aren't stupid. They're not less intelligent than men. Like, if you take a woman with 140 IQ and a man with 140 IQ, they have the same IQ. They're equally as intelligent. But that doesn't mean that they're equally as good in all different industries, all different aspects. That's bullshit. And that's kind of the nuance that I've started to sort of adopt and understand. Like, Women have their place and men have their place. We need to stay in our lanes. Like we have lanes. Women, they have some things on lock. That's their shtick. Men, we have our shtick. We need we need to stay in those lanes because when we stayed in our lanes, we kicked ass. We kicked ass all over the world. Like nobody could hold a stick to us, like hold a candle to us. It just you couldn't. Everybody everybody manned their stations. It was all hands on deck. Women raising the next generation and kicking in how they do, and men doing their bit. But now it's like, and because women they have their special knack with a lot of things that men just, we're lost. Men have their special knacks where women are lost. And when we pursue our talents, we end up making a greater whole. The whole is greater than any one part. Whereas if we all do what we want to do, and then we end up making a, a greater whole than we would separate. Like I just feel like we used to produce so much more. We were like a font of civilization. We Music and movies and all that stuff just poured out of us. But ever since we started trying to push men to doing women's jobs and push women to doing men's jobs, now we don't do that at all. It's like we should just be sticking with what we're good at. Y'all do what y'all are good at, we do what we're good at, and when we get to the finish line, we'll be better off because of it. But now it's like, people having chips on their, like these feminists from 80 years ago have a chip on their shoulder for some reason. They've got to prove that they can do it too. Anything you can do, I can do better. Or, I mean, honestly, that's actually quite that's kind of quaint, and I kind of have a little bit of nostalgia for that because the feminists now, that's not what they're saying at all. They're saying men should be jailed until they earn their way out. When men are born, they should be put in jail, and then when they've proven that they can be trusted to leave. I mean, that's where it's gone. And what's funny about that to me, it's like, and how's that different from a bridesmaid's or what is it, a handmaid's tale? Like, how is that different? Like you bitch it. First of all, that book was written by a woman, but it's like you accuse us of wanting to do that to you. Well, you literally say that you want us in prison indefinitely, with no idea when we're going to get out. Just whenever you women decide we're allowed out. Well, and it's not that I think that I don't think they're nuts. I think that's just not what they're good. Like no society was ever built by women. That's not their strong suit. They have no business talking about that stuff. Since we've given them a say, it's not even that we've given them a say. It's like we started to do the stuff that they wanted. I still have a little bit of thinking and research to do, but we went from a super masculine society to a super feminine society, and it's like the male politicians and a lot of men just went along with it. A lot of beta men, a lot of cucks went along with it, and it wasn't to anybody's benefit. A lot of women are missing out on the gift of children and families, and men as well. A lot of people are unemployed, or a lot of people have a job that they thought they would like that they don't like. They're miserable, but there's so many jobs that have been removed, or taken from them, given to a DEI hire. And I think we've just gone down. It's like we've gone down we went the wrong way at a fork in the road, and we just need to backtrack because things just they're not working. And all of this bullshit about getting women to be girl bosses, and I'm not trying to harp on this stuff, but like I think it really did a number on things. Well, you took a lot of women that would have been much happier and probably, amazing wives and mothers, and you tricked them into throwing all that away. And it didn't do our society any favors, our culture. It didn't do anybody any good. Didn't help anyone, didn't make anyone uh didn't make anybody happy. but not only that, it like seriously damaged our society. Just starting to, I've always kind of been a traditional guy, and I kind of always liked tradition, but all of a sudden I'm starting to kind of think about it and sort of understand why things were the way they were. It wasn't because anybody's trying to oppress anyone, or because, it was simply because people did what they like doing. It's always been a democracy. And like we didn't come up with the nuclear family and stuff. Other people came up with that through trial and error and discovered that that was the best way to do it. And all this stuff, all these traditions, all these things just get destroyed. And then once when everything starts turning to shit, then everybody has to kind of start looking at the hypothesis harder and figuring out, okay, where the hell did we go wrong? What did we do here that totally that's I mean, it's such a drastic change that's happened too. Like I've been saying, we don't produce movies anymore, or art, or music. Like what? We used to produce the only music, the only movies, the only art. Now all of a sudden we don't do any of that anymore. Like that's a major problem. We've fallen off in a major way. Like our Coca-Cola and blue jeans and shit. Like everybody loved our culture. Well, we don't even have that shit anymore. Yeah, there's women in the chat. What the fuck, Roxy? I don't. Oh, you're in corporate management. So's my mom. I could not imagine. Like, I would just go crazy. I couldn't do that kind of work anyway. But if you look in those corporate offices and stuff, no real attractive masculine men in there. It's a lot of betas. A lot of betas. Enemy territory. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm sure. Pretty rough in offices. I wonder when the hell he's gonna be on. Let me check. Well, honestly, I think some of the criticisms, or some of the thoughts, or criticisms that some of the women in the chat have had, like, I think they were right, at least to a certain degree, you know, about just seeming like just some old curmudgeon, like, yeah, and blaming people and just bashing people or groups or whatever. But like, I don't think it's because anybody is smarter than anybody else, at least between gender or sexes anyway. It's not because people are smarter, it's just because there are differences. And you know like, when you look at the problem, there's only so many things it could be. Well, it's not the intelligence, it's that we like to do different things and we're good at different things. To me, that just seems like, when you use the wrong, or you have a job and you use the wrong tool, doesn't matter if you know what you're doing. If you don't have the right tool, and that's kind of how I see that, is like women and men, trying to do the wrong, a lot of times anyway, trying to do the wrong stuff. Like, most women would be happier with a family, husband and kids, than girl bossing too close to the sun. Although, I'm sure there are plenty of women that love it, and like one of my dad's sisters loves it, that's her deal. And that's fine. I just think on the whole, on the majority of women, that's not the case. I would say that's more like the exception rather than the rule. And these differences matter. Same thing, same way they matter between different peoples and different countries, different races. The stuff matters. It's not that one is better than the other. It's that we don't always play nicely in every situation. Or, not only that, when each group has their own talents, their own skills, why would you steal one group's skills for, like, white people were not as good athletically as black people. We have our athletes, but we're not as good as black people generally. We don't steal their athletic positions from them or their athletic jobs. We don't do that. Why are they doing that to us? Why are they stealing our positions? That's the way I see it. It's like, what the hell is going on here? Why are we being cheated out of what we do well? Why are we not getting opportunities to do what we've historically been good at? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Nobody's happier as a result of this stuff. And really, that's my main gripe, is that not only, are they messing stuff up and s- denying people opportunity. Well, I mean, it's a couple different levels. We're being denied opportunity, and it's being given to people who actually are the opposite, who shouldn't be getting the opportunity. It's more than just neutral. It's like they go out of their way to screw us as much as possible. I don't, and it just seems like it's to our detriment. We have just declined. We've seen nothing but decline because of all of this stuff, and it's just, when does everybody wake up? Or, well, I think people are waking up, but it's like, when are our politicians going to let go of these garbage ideas that don't work? Well, honestly, actually, I think it's the boomers. I think they've been in control so long, and they've just had an opportunity to mess so many things up, and we're still wait. They've done so much damage. We're still waiting on them. They still haven't let go. And a good example is that guy that did the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. That guy went to Caltech. What the hell? How is it somebody that has their whole life ahead of them with, like, a badass college degree from a great school like Caltech, and they end up throwing it all away because they've been brainwashed to think Donald Trump is the modern Hitler? Like, come on, man. All the lives that are getting wasted because Democrats want to make Republicans look as bad as they can, and Republicans want to make Democrats look as bad as they can. So I mean, Nancy Pelosi said that shit about somebody was like, asked her and was like, why do you call Bush a Hitler, or these different things when you know they're not true? And she says, well, he's a big boy, he's an adult. This is how the game is played. If he doesn't want to play it, he can bow out. And she's right to a certain degree. But calling your opponent Hitler, I mean, that's just, and it wasn't the Republicans who did that first. It was the Democrats. They're the ones who did the Hitler stuff. I don't think such a disservice to us as a nation, like, such a massive disservice. And it's like they refuse to wake up. They refuse to change. They don't want to let go of the detrimental stuff that has just all but destroyed America, turned us into, like, a communist nation, turned us into a gynocracy instead of a meritocracy. That way, the best man gets the job, then nobody can complain. Best guy got the job. But that's not what we have going on right now, and it's BS. It's a loaded horse dung. Tired of it. Watch party, Trump debate. Oh, the Andrew Wilson, Owen Schroyer. Oh, doesn't look all that entertaining. Why is what is woke and DEI? Is it actually getting in? Are the trades changing? I know I went to school to be an electrician for a couple of years, and we had one or two women in one of the classes. No, there was one or two women in all the classes, but it was the majority men. I mean, if a chick is good at that stuff, I don't have any problem with it. But we're not going to funnel every woman into the trades because one woman is good at it. That's what I'm trying to say is, yo, why are we doing this? Because I did landscaping too, and I remember I worked with with a woman. She was like maybe in her 40s, she was a great foreman. You know, she wasn't my foreman, but I worked with her. She was great. She was good at it, good at her job. She was a careful driver and stuff. But that's no reason you wouldn't tell every girl like getting out of high school to go be a landscaper. That doesn't make very much sense. And that's what I mean. It's like with, you know, if a woman wants to do that, go for it, you know, and she should have the opportunity to do it. But are we going to funnel women down these jobs that were most of us or most people would, you know, feel safe in assuming that it wouldn't be a good path for the majority of women? You know, and it just seems like everything has become so ideological that we don't there's no common sense like that anymore. There's no, you know, erring on the side on the common sense side rather than like no, it's all about ideology. It's like no, we must get women to go into this industry. These we must break the patriarchy. It's just like, oh my god, man, these people are so rigid. It's like, and you can't a lot of them you can't even reason with, you know. They've been so propagandized, they don't believe anything. Yeah, and there are some I'm sure that's what I'm saying. I'm sure there are some women that get the opportunities without the merit that are just getting stuff they don't deserve. The same, you know, and it's the same thing with the minorities. How I mean, although I'm sure there's a couple on YouTube. I think I've heard there's a good carpenter on YouTube that's a woman, and I've seen good drywallers that were women. I've seen painters that were women, and they do fine. Ah, Nick just went live, or he just put out his thing. Hell yeah, that's what's up. And that really pisses me off that I fucking let that sound play. Fucking bullshit, man. Hmm. Change my change the name on Twitch and stuff for the video because he's gonna go live here any second or any minute. He sent out the message, so yeah. Finally, it's supposed to be a big show. You guys already know. He said that it's gonna be a big show on today, so psyched. I wonder where Mina's at. Oh, Mina. Just kidding. Yeah, I don't want to play any more fucking music. I just got it on mute for the moment. Hmm. Ah. Yeah, Mexicans are straight. I mean, they're better than Somalians, that's for sure. At least they want to work for their money. In the America first, honestly, that goes with South America and North America too. I mean, unless it's Europe. But honestly, I certainly would if we got to have immigrants, I prefer them to come from America. Whether that be Brazil, Chile, Mexico, I prefer that to Africa or India. Eventually India is going to start struggling with the modernity thing unless they're just impervious. Yeah, they're like 1.5 billion. If I remember when they didn't even have a billion people yet. It was China that had a billion, and India had like just under a billion. Damn, everybody's just dipping out. Hmm. Jack Neal, that's homeboy's name. That's right. I have to edit that clip out. Dude, Hmm. So I'll put some music on for a second. I don't know how long it's going to take him to come on. Hmm. Some music on for a second, I guess. Fixing to pour some more rice real quick. Be right back. think it's fixing to come on. Oh, I'm sure is. Sure enough is. Ready to go. Ready to rock and roll. There we go. Make myself smaller. Suppose this will work for the moment. Go back. Fuck it. There we go. Sure is taking a sweet ass time, huh? Well, hmm, he didn't make us wait till midnight either. Oh yeah. Dude, I have no idea, man. I mean, I seen he tweeted earlier today that he couldn't care less. 'Cause he said, anybody else out there not give a shit about the shooting? I was like, yep, me. I think it's a total hoax. Certainly ain't gonna make me like Trump more. Uh-uh. Fucked up. I disagree with you, Riley, but I don't have any proof. I just had a feeling. You may be right. Honestly, I hope I'm wrong. Certainly don't want to be right about that. Regardless, like, I don't really have a personal reason to advocate or to want certain things. Most of us just want to see my country do well. Hmm. Like he'll be on momentarily. If you guys get too gnarly in the chat, they'll remove it. Like when it replays after the show's done.
Americanism.
What the shit? Yeah, they'll take away the chat. I found that out last week. I was in the middle of rewatching it after the show, and before I even finished it, uh, it made me refresh it, and it took the damn chat away. Yeah, it took the or restarted the intro, but oh, he must be having technical difficulties. And then that was his normally his routine. He'd start after the AF symbol. Hmm. Here we go. Here we go. And they're like swimwear. Hmm. Taking his fucking time, man. Just wanted to say thank you again to Robin. Hooked me up with some hearts before everybody else got in here. Everybody given me or has made a donation. I appreciate all of it. You guys kick ass. Boy, he's drawing this out like a blade, man. Hmm. Jump up, and get down. Jump around. The dope song in the 90s. Jump around. Hmm. Hmm. Jump up and get down. Well, it is quite early. Nor he was waiting till midnight before he went on abroad. So he's got plenty of time left. I mean, he'll go as long as he needs to, whether it's 2 or 3 in the morning or one. It don't matter. He'll get his time in. It's nice. It's nice to know that you guys notice when I change stuff. Every time I change even the slightest thing, somebody's like, "Hell yeah," or telling me that I like it. And you gave me a lot of those things, Robin. Last time it was like 10. Oh no, no. Yeah, yeah. 10 tools. Oh, thank you. And yeah, and J Boss, he sent me 10 euros. Hell yeah. Thank you, J Boss. All my regulars in here. Arceus, what's up, my dude? Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I hope I'm getting fresh faces or fresh handles.
Good evening,
Ah,
everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes.
yes.
We got a great show for you tonight.
Oh,
Very excited. Oh, I'm so
there's a delay
excited to
on
be
my
back.
end
We got
too.
a great show for you tonight. Lots to talk about, lots to get into. Big show. I got to be honest, though. I thought there'd be more. I thought there'd be a little bit more to cover tonight.
Hmm.
In a way, it's kind of, I don't know, disappointing. I was gone for 2 weeks. We have a war in Iran.
Disappointing.
We got
Ah, here we
a
go.
lot
I
of
was
stuff
gone
going
for
on
2
behind the
weeks.
scenes.
We have a
and
war in
yet,
Iran. We got
I feel like there's no news.
a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes.
You know,
and
usually
yet,
I like to say that
I feel like there's no
I go on
news.
vacation, I take a week off.
You know,
Even
usually
if
I
I
like
take
to
a
say
night
that
off, I go on
something
vacation,
always
I take a week
happens,
off.
but
Even if I
Yes.
take a night off, I don't know, I guess something always happens.
There we go.
But
Fixed it.
I don't know, I guess this time broke the curse. I was gone for 2 weeks. Literally nothing happened. I don't think there was, I mean, obviously there's some things. We're going to get into it tonight. We'll cover the big assassination attempt over the weekend. We're going to talk about some of the other stuff. We might get into Iran. But aside from that, what's going on?
Nothing.
I really thought maybe the Iran invasion
Wang
would
half.
begin. I thought that, I don't know. I thought we'd get something, but I'm back. We're back. We're doing this show again. And just like it was before, it's another slow news week. But we got a big show regardless.
Oh yeah.
And like I said, our featured story, we're going to be talking all about the events from this weekend. Big story. There was an attempted assassination, or I guess I should say an assassination attempt against President Trump and members of his cabinet at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which was actually not held at the White House. I think some people are confused about this. It actually took place at the Washington, D.C. Hilton Hotel. And fortunately, nobody was hurt. Nobody was killed. One police officer was shot, but he was wearing a bulletproof vest, and he recovered almost immediately. So, relatively uneventful for what could have potentially been a mass casualty incident, or what it is, which is an assassination attempt. And we're going to talk all about it tonight. We'll talk about how it was possible, how exactly it transpired, what happened. And, you know, I said this on Twitter today. This is probably the biggest story of the past week, and certainly the biggest story of the past 24 hours. But I find that I can't really even care less about it. Does anybody feel that way? I saw it play out over the weekend like everybody else did. And initially, of course, it was shocking to hear that there's another assassination attempt, there's another shooting like this. And then after about 12 hours, I said, okay, so what? Like, what's even the big deal here?
I agree.
And I posted that on Twitter today. I said, am I the only person that literally doesn't care like at all about this assassination attempt? Like, I don't even feel bothered by it. I have almost nothing to say about it. What I do want to talk about, though, this is the only thing that's interesting about it, and I don't know that I've seen anybody else really cover this. And this is almost like disturbing. This is like surreal and disturbing. So it's some left-wing lone gunman nut job showed up to the hotel with a shotgun, a handgun, ready to go. He left a manifesto. He said he was going to kill Trump. He was going to kill every member of the cabinet, potentially Secret Service if they got in the way. And so it looks almost no different from, I guess, the second assassination attempt, which was some resistance liberal nut job who supported Ukraine that came onto the golf course. Maybe similar to Thomas Crooks, although we don't really know the motivation in that case. The only thing that was interesting about this assassination attempt, and maybe even more disturbing than the attempt itself, is the talking points that went out almost immediately. And this is the only thing that I commented on it so far. I saw this on Twitter. I don't know if it was last night or if it was this morning. But immediately after the assassination attempt, the talking points went out. The social influence campaign was clearly posted in the group chat somewhere, and it was every MAGA influencer, Jack Posobiec and Wokeness, Libs of TikTok, Brylan Hollyhand, wouldn't be a Republican social influence op without him. Every single one of the MAGA influencers went on Twitter and said, "This is why we need the White House ballroom.
Stupid.
See, this is why we need the ballroom. This would have never happened if we didn't have the ballroom. If we had a White House ballroom, this would have never been possible."
Whatever.
And, you know, what's disturbing about it, first of all, is on the one hand, they want to say that this is the most disturbing thing of all time. The left wing has riled up the country. The president is under attack. This violence keeps happening. They want us to be shaken by this. They want us to have a visceral reaction.
But it doesn't.
At the same time, they're then going to cynically use it to support one of the least exciting parts of the Trump administration agenda. We're really going to now take this tragedy and use it for the White House ballroom. And you almost have to laugh. You think about everything that has happened in the past 10 years and what we could really do with it. Not just the energy and momentum of the Trump movement, but even the crises
Hell yeah,
that surround the Trump movement.
Long time
the
no see.
Multiple assassination attempts, political persecution, the wars, the chaos. And you realize that politics is the art of using these kinds of crises as opportunities to advance your agenda.
Rahm
and
Emanuel.
you think everything that has happened in the past 10 years, and I used to like to say, what are we getting out of it? A war with Iran, a corporate tax cut. Well, now after the latest assassination attempt and everything else that's going on, what do we get out of the past 10 years? The MAGA movement, the trials and tribulations, the sacrifices, the bloodshed. It's a war with Iran, a corporate tax cut, weed legalization, which was last week,
Bullshit.
and a White House ballroom. That's what it was all for. No border wall, no mass deportations, no infrastructure bill. We didn't ban super PACs. We're not friends with Russia.
No
We
money out
didn't
of politics.
impose FARA on Israel. We didn't shut down the left. Everything that has happened, people are getting shot at, people are getting killed, fired, censored. 10 years of this. What do we have to show for it? Well, let's take a survey. War with Iran, another corporate tax cut, weed legalization, and a White House ballroom. Hey, thanks for playing. Thanks for playing. Serves you right. You trusted our fearless leader, Donald Trump. It's what it is. And that's kind of a black pill. And it's really sad. But that's what it is. And here's the point. You'd like to think that if we're getting shot at all the time, but we also run the government, I don't know, maybe we'd start arresting people. Would be a good start. The president's getting shot at. His key lieutenant got his head blown off. These cities are being overrun by criminals and protesters and illegals. You'd think, okay, when are the mass arrests? They're calling us Nazis anyway. They're going to call you Hitler anyway. Where's the Gestapo? Where's the secret police? Where's my Reichstag fire? Where's my empowering acts? Where's my Hitler? Forgive me. Where's my Caesar in this moment?
My Napoleon.
Can we arrest these people yet? Can we go after the left yet? They say no. But you know what you are going to get? A White House ballroom. A White House ballroom and a war with Iran. Well, you know, that's a nice consolation.
Win some, lose some.
I'll take that. That's fine too. And you know what? And that's fine too. But anyway, so we're going to get into all that. We're going to cover that. Like I said, we'll talk about everything that happened and we'll get into some of the details. There's obviously more to say, but to me, that's like the big takeaway. It's like, what does this movement do? It's fashionable these days. I thought it was smart when I heard it. Then I heard everybody say it. People say that a system is what it does. I'm butchering that, but I've heard this on Twitter from the purpose of a system is what it does or something. Okay, so if all the Republican movement can do is stuff like this, then it's trash.
It's not worth it.
Right?
Not worth the trouble.
Because people like to say, well, one day, someday, Trump is going to deliver the victory. We just got to vote again, and we just got to get it back on track, and it was this person's fault. Look, it's been 10 years. It's been 10 years. If this movement doesn't build border walls and deport Mexicans, and all it does instead is like enrich billionaires, plutocrats, cronies, Israel, I think that's just what it is. And that's garbage. And it's time to take out the trash. That's why we're voting Democrat in 26. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. We're going to get into all that. We're also going to talk about the SPLC indictment. Huge story. And look, this is what I like to see. See, this is good. And I'm sure you've heard about it. Everybody was pointing the finger at me, as usual.
Mm-hmm.
As always, I get blamed for everything. There was a big story last week. The DOJ indicted the SPLC for fraud. Those were technically the charges. The Department of Justice, under the new acting attorney general, has brought a number of fraud charges against the Southern Poverty Law Center. And the basis for the charge is that the SPLC has effectively been running something like a counterintelligence program. And by that, I mean, they have been paying millions of dollars to what they say are secret informants, confidential informants inside right-wing extremist groups. So they're paying millions of dollars to informants in the Ku Klux Klan, in the National Socialist Movement, in a number of other far-right, white nationalist, extremist organizations. And so you might say, well, how does that constitute fraud? Well, the charge goes something like this. It says that the SPLC has defrauded their donors. The donors have been putting up millions of dollars to the SPLC to fight extremism. And the SPLC has been using certain accounting tricks to hide money, to clandestinely fund right-wing extremism. And so the DOJ said, if you're not upfront with the donors that you're taking their money to fight extremism, actually you're funding the extremism, then that constitutes a form of fraud. It's an unfair trade practice. And so they brought this serious charge against them. Many people say that the charges are on shaky ground, that legally it's dubious. Regardless of that fact, I think it's extremely important. And to the point that I just said earlier, you'd like to see more of this. You'd like to see this type of thing against every one of these left-wing activist groups. In many cases, the left-wing activist groups and nonprofits are being funded directly by the government through the State Department, through the National Endowment for Democracy, through USAID, through other schools, government entities. And so you'd like to see a systematic, across-the-board attack on all of them, and not some dubious fraud charge but a serious blow, like maybe you investigate all their offshore bank accounts, or who knows, but you'd like to see more of this. And so anyway, we're going to talk about that too. This is something that's unequivocally positive, and I support it completely. I support the DOJ investigation into the SPLC, and I only wish that we were getting more of that against more organizations, and more of it against each of these organizations. I will say, though, on that note, so the investigation, the charge is concerning this counterintelligence program. And so in the indictment, the DOJ names, I guess there's something like 30 different confidential informants the SPLC is paying. And naturally, this story comes out and everybody says that I'm being paid by the SPLC. This is the new line from Laura Loomer. This is a new line from the MAGA influencers. They say that since I'm supporting the Democrats in the midterms, and since I don't support Trump, that I'm like some kind of operative or something like that. And I'll address that. I'll get into that. But it just never gets, it never changes, does it? It never gets better. It's always, if it's not January 6th, now it's this. It took all of, I think, 5 minutes. People didn't even read the indictment. They heard the story and then they said, oh, it's Nick Fuentes is one of the guys. And I had to go on Twitter and remind everybody, do you know currently, and you can Google this yourself, if you Google Nick Fuentes SPLC, they are the ones that doxed my fucking house. So do you remember like a year ago, roughly about a year and a half ago, when a 23-year-old guy came to my house with a gun to try to kill me? Oh, wow. And over 100 people came to my house trying to fight me, trying to kill me, throwing eggs at my house, doing things like that. That happened because the SPLC doxed my house at the height of the Kanye 2024 campaign. They posted a picture of my house on their website.
Damn.
They came to my house. They knocked on the door. They interviewed my neighbors. They posted what floor I live on. They said he lives on this floor. This is when you can find him. This is what he does. All he does is leave his house and go to the garage. We talk to all his neighbors. And they posted a picture of my house on their website. That is in addition to, they doxed my assistant about a year before that. They doxed a couple of my interns that were working on Capitol Hill. They got me banned from D Live, which was the only streaming platform I had before Cozy and Rumble. People don't realize I was in a war with the SPLC, Right Wing Watch, Media Matters, ADL, and still am, and have been for a decade. This story comes out and people go, oh, he's with the SPLC. I guess nobody told them that when they doxed my address and almost got me murdered. But like I said, in any case, we're going to get into that as well. We'll dive in. But it's like anything. What is that expression? I think it's Shakespeare, or maybe it's Mark Twain. By the time you're able to address the lie has already made its way around the world, you know? But anyway, we're going to get into that too. But it's going to be a good show. We got a lot to talk about. Before we do, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the show. Hey, remember to check out our merch store, Fuentes.store. We finally have it. I'm going to show you. Obviously, so I like them too. Fuentes.store, we have our brand new spring collection, and I finally got it in the mail. So I get to show it off a little bit. We have the brand new white America First hat, white hat, blue letters. I don't know if you could really see it, but it is blue. And it's the same as the other ones, but it's white. We also have, and I think I'm more excited about this one, the distressed, look at this.
It's pretty cool.
Vintage America First hat. I saw some questionable people promoting this one. Look, it's a hot item. It's an attractive item. I can't control who likes it or buys it. But this is, I think, going to be this is the hit. This is the winner. because this is like sexy, you know? It's like hot. Speaking of sexy and hot, this is for Ignatz. I mean, a girl.
Huh.
Get a load of this. Get a load of this.
Hell yeah.
And it's cropped. Can you tell? Groipets t-shirt.
That's pretty dope.
It's cropped.
Just
You know, get it for your
just
girlfriend.
in time for
Hey,
summer.
Get it for yourself. Hey, King,
Oh,
get it for
shit.
you. It's 2026. We could do whatever we want. Nobody's going to judge.
We can just do things.
Groipets crop top. Are you the greatest? Look at how sassy. Look at what a bitch. Get a load of this. We got the Groipets. It's back. It's back on the website. Okay. But get a load of this tasteful little number. That's going to go crazy in the, I don't know, wherever you want to wear that. We got some, I'm not going to show you every one of the shirts. I'll show you some of the cooler stuff. We got this. This one's pretty neat. America first. How can you call it a movement when you have no motion? Somebody came up to me a couple weeks ago and he said, I'm not making this up. This black guy came up to me. He's a fan. He goes, he's a friend. He goes, if you ever betray the movement, I'm going to kill you. I said, bro, I think you're forgetting. How could I betray myself? But anyway, it's a funny story. We got this one. How can you call it a movement? You have no motion. The things people say to me. We got the white Jeffrey Epstein quarter zip. I mean, USA quarter zip, which I think goes well with the hat. This is like a great outfit for golf.
True.
White Jeffrey Epstein quarter zip, flag on the side. And with the white hat, I think that's a look. We got the quarter zip. This one might be my favorite. This is awesome. Look at this. So this is a zip up hoodie, AF embroidered, and then on the back, look at this. Are you kidding me? Only the best. Embroidered AF shield. And this is high quality. This is high quality stuff. That's probably my favorite. And then this is probably the last one I'll show. Then we got the shorts. Same thing.
Damn. Got all kinds of stuff now.
This is good stuff. I'm spoiling you guys. This is good stuff. So get it now. Get it now so you have it during the summer. You know, because you're going to want to wear it to the beach and stuff. Or I don't know, whatever. The gym. Wear it when you're watching TV. Wear it when you go to work and then go home and watch TV. But anyway. So that's the merch. Fuentes.store. Check it out. Remember to... So I think that's some pretty good stuff. Very high quality material as well. I don't know if you could tell on the screen, but it is. If you want to support the show as well, subscribe at AmericaFirst.plus. $15 a month, you get access to the archive. $100 a month, you get to be in a group chat with me. And yes, during the hiatus, I was in the $100 a month club group chat, talking with everybody, giving updates, kind of letting everybody in on my state of mind and what I'm up to and my whereabouts and everything. It's really intimate. The $100 a month club was really there for me, and I appreciate the emotional support group chat. It was very nice. So $100 a month club, check it out. It's only for rich people. If you're not rich, you know, just whatever, forget it. But that's AmericaFirst.plus. Okay, with that, we're gonna dive in. Oh, also, I should just say, so I take 2 weeks away from the show. I needed a break. You know, the show is just getting to me a little bit, and I'm just going through a lot right now, you know, and I had to get away. I had to get away because the problem in America is I just get recognized everywhere. I took a vacation at the beginning of the year. I went to Miami, and I got recognized literally everywhere I went. Couldn't walk down the street, couldn't leave the hotel, recognized in the hotel, outside the hotel, at the pool, everywhere. So it wasn't even really a vacation. So I haven't really had a proper vacation. So I said, I need a break. And by the way, I was sick. If you're in the $100 a month club, you heard me. I was sick. And I said, you know, I feel like shit. I'm probably not going to do the show anyway because I'm not feeling good. I said, I need a break. So I said, I'm just going to be spontaneous. I said, I'm just going to be spontaneous. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to go. And I had been talking to actually Bradley Martin about this. Great friend, all around great guy. He texted me a few weeks ago, nobody does. And he said, hey man, how you doing? And I was like, you know, I said, I'm not doing so good. You know, I'm burned out. I'm over the show, burnt out. I'm over the show. I want to quit. I basically told him, like, I want to retire. I'm over it. I'm sick of this. I don't want to do the show anymore. I'm done. This was like maybe a month ago. And he said, take a break. He's like, go and travel, go to Italy, go to Japan. He said, just take a break. The show will be there when you get back. And I was like, you know, thanks, Brad. I think I'm going to do that. I was like, thanks, Brad. I think I might take you up on that. And so like I said, I went to DC. I was a little bit annoyed in DC with some stuff. And then I got sick. I go home, I get sick. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to Italy. I don't care. And Keith Woods was already there. He was in Rome. So I said, why not? I'll link up with the homie. And we did some content. We hung out a little bit. And here's why I say this. I wasn't even really going to talk about it. But the only reason I say that is, what are the odds? Honestly, what are the odds that the same week that I'm having like a midlife crisis and spontaneously go to Europe, what are the odds that the same week, the same time, the same destination, Candace Owens also takes an unannounced trip to Italy? She goes to Rome too. And I'm looking at Keith. When Laura Loomer reported that Candace was in Rome, I looked at Keith and I'm like, they're never going to believe me. I'm like, they're never going to believe this. I said, because it's an insane coincidence. And you guys know, me and Candace are estranged. We're not talking. You know, we don't talk anymore.
But you're Italian.
You know, we had a disagreement. I wanted to keep talking. She didn't anymore. I wanted to stay together. She disagreed. You know, so I don't know her. We're not talking. I don't know her vacation plans. But I told Keith, I'm like, they're never going to believe me. I'm like, because it is an insane coincidence. Because I never do this. What are the odds that I drop off the face of the earth unannounced for 2 weeks? I happen to be in Italy. And then a few days later, an unnamed Jewish source tells Laura Loomer, Candace Owens got into Rome last night. She forgot to tell everybody she was missing her show.
Laura Loomer.
I'm like, that's
a
crazy.
Nasty woman.
And nobody believes me. This reporter texted me and he's like, so what's everybody talking about in Rome? I'm like, there's no we. I'm just here. So anyway, kind of funny. No, I was not. I can't believe I even need to say this. No, I was not meeting with the Vatican and Barack Obama and Candace Owens to plot against President Trump, okay? I promise. Would have been cool. I'm not going to say I wouldn't have taken that meeting. If that was on the table, I'd be there. I miss Obama. I miss him.
Me too.
I miss when the adults were in the room.
Yeah.
You know? And I like the Pope. So, hey, I mean, if the Pope invited me to plot against Trump with Obama and Candace Owens, I'd be there. And I would tell you. But I wasn't. I was just driving around with Keith Woods. He forgot my fries.
Keith Woods.
It's okay. I don't care. It's whatever. But we did drop a little bit of content. If you missed that, I retweeted it. It's on Twitter. It's also on my Rumble channel. We did like a travel vlog. Some people hated it. A lot of people liked it. It was pretty fun. We wanted to switch it up. He's like, why don't we do an interview overlooking the city and we'll do it. And I'm like, I told Keith, he's like, maybe we could talk about the Hungarian election. I'm like, if I have to sit for 2 hours and talk about the fucking Hungarian election, I think I'm going to kill myself. Like, not to be dramatic. I'm like, but if I have to sit with you and talk about the Hungarian election and like Viktor Orban and like the state of white nationalism and remigration. I said, I think I'm going to throw myself off the Coliseum and fucking kill myself. I said, so why don't we switch it up a little bit? And so we had an idea. We said, why don't we do like a comedians in cars getting coffee kind of thing? We'll get a car, just something different. So that's what we did. So anyway, that's on my Twitter. That's on my Rumble. If you missed it, check it out. Okay, with that out of the way. But hey, look, we're back.
Finally?
We're back. I had to go home. Rome was calling me home.
Okay.
All roads lead to Rome, and isn't that so true?
Happy to hear it. But
all roads. Hey, and listen, and all roads lead to Rome. And you may think all roads could be going away. No, it's non-Euclidean geometry here. All the roads eventually lead back to Rome. You may think they don't, but they do. So I had to go home. I had to go on the only road there is, the road back to Rome, and find myself, find out why I do what I do. Why do I do this show? Had to hang out with the homie. Had to dissolve into my witness consciousness. Keith Wood spends a little bit too much time there. He's always telling me, every time I hang out with Keith Woods, it's always a barb. He tells me, I'm not even going to say what he told me the last time. It was so insulting, but also devastatingly true. You know what he told me this time? Get a load of this. He told me I have cluster B personality disorder traits. He told me, you need to practice mindfulness. You need to dissolve into your witness consciousness. You need to be aware of your thoughts.
It's weird.
And then he dropped his phone out of the car. He forgot my French fries, and our car almost died because he kept taking us to the wrong charging station. I said, so you know what? Maybe it's time to come back, actually, from the witness consciousness. I said, maybe we need a little bit of, somebody needs to have the cluster B personality issue. I said, because if all of us were just in this mindful state, if all of us were just in our witness consciousness. He dropped his phone out of the car, and people said, wow, he didn't even care. He didn't even flinch. He goes, all you have to do is not care. I'm like, well, somebody has to care. Because if nobody cares, then who's going to call the Uber? Because somebody's phone needs to be charged. Like, you know what I'm saying? Somebody needs to have an intact phone to get the duo back to the hotel. So if we were all just hanging out, like, aware of our thoughts and our sensory experience, then both of our phones would be on 0% and we wouldn't have a charger. So anyway, I'm just kidding. A little bit of playful banter. Keith has been a good friend. I'm just teasing him, but anyway, so that's that. But I do want to move on. I want to get into the news. And like I said, I'm not really happy with the news. It's a little bit boring tonight, but that's okay. We have a take. Anyway. Our featured story tonight, we're talking all about the third assassination attempt against President Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner this weekend. It's like, man, everybody wants to kill this guy. What is up with that? You ever think at a certain point, it's like, maybe you're putting something bad out into the universe if everybody's trying to kill you all the time? But anyway, not to victim blame, but it was a third assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Seems to be another resistance liberal nut job. School teacher from California. He appears to be black or partially black.
Half black, half white.
He booked a room at the Washington Hilton where the White House Correspondents' Dinner was being held. And funnily enough, he checked into his hotel room with a shotgun, a handgun, and a knife.
He had knives going, yeah.
The day before the dinner. So think of it.
He took a train
The
there,
Washington
too.
Hilton
They didn't search.
is hosting the White House Correspondents' Dinner with President Trump, Vice President Vance, FBI Director Kash Patel,
All three, the line of
HHS
succession.
Secretary RFK Jr., the Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War. The whole government is in attendance the following day. By the way, we're in the middle of a war with Iran, whose supreme leader declared a fatwa to like kill everybody before he was martyred. Trump himself, there's been 2 assassination attempts against him so far. And the day before this momentous occasion, some random person was able to check into a hotel room with a shotgun and a handgun and a knife in his bag. How is this possible? How does this even happen? And he says that. He said in his manifesto, he said, I'm surprised they just let me check in. I mean, could you imagine? And I don't want to sound, maybe this is going to sound a certain way, but imagine that. Imagine you get on a train and you're thinking, I'm going to unalive the government in Minecraft tomorrow. You got a bag with a shotgun. You go to the hotel. You're like, hi, I'm here to check in. My name's Nick Fuentes. Here's my license and credit card. What's going through your head? You're thinking like, are there going to be x-ray scanners? Is there going to be any kind of security protocol here? He gets up to his hotel room. He's probably thinking, how did I make it this far? And so this is how it starts. Following night, the dinner starts, and Trump, I believe, is on the first floor. On the second floor is where the check-in is for the event. The shooter bum rushes the security checkpoint and starts blasting with his shotgun. Secret Service returns fire. He falls to the ground, although it's not clear that he was shot. Maybe he fell. They apprehended him, and that was that. Nobody was hurt. One police officer was shot, apparently by the shooter. It isn't clear, actually, if the police officer was shot by Secret Service or another police officer, or if it was the would-be assassin, but he was hit in his bulletproof vest and recovered later the same night. So he appears to be fine. Guy was apprehended. He did publish a manifesto. The manifesto they just keep getting worse. The manifesto says something like, surprise to all my friends and family, but no, I wasn't on a break. I was trying to kill the president. And he basically says Trump is a pedophile and a rapist and a murderer, and he's going to kill him for all those reasons. And it's about what you would expect. And it's a big nothing burger, I suppose. Now, this is a story. We're going to read through it just briefly. This is from the New York Times, and then we'll talk a little bit about it. Just going to go over some of the details here. It says, quote, a California man who the authorities say ran through a security perimeter and fired a gun outside a packed black tie gala in Washington on Saturday was charged on Monday with trying to assassinate President Trump. Prosecutors said the man, named Cole Allen, 31, of Torrance, California, came to the nation's capital with the intention of carrying out a political assassination. He brought a pump-action shotgun, a .38 caliber handgun, and 3 knives. In a federal affidavit unsealed on Monday, an FBI agent said that around 8:40 p.m. on Saturday, Mr. Allen approached a security checkpoint inside the hotel where Mr. Trump, Vice President Vance, and members of the cabinet were attending the dinner in the ballroom 1 floor below. Mr. Allen ran through a magnetometer holding a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun, and Secret Service agents heard a loud gunshot. One agent was shot in the chest but was wearing a bulletproof vest. At a news conference after Mr. Allen's court appearance, the Attorney General said that the injured agent drew his gun and fired 5 times at Mr. Allen, who fell to the ground and was arrested. Mr. Allen was not shot and had only minor injuries. In addition to the shotgun, Mr. Allen was also in possession of a .38 caliber pistol at the time of the arrest. The sound of gunfire outside the ballroom led to a security lockdown as guests in tuxedos and ball gowns crouched under their tables. Mr. Trump and members of his administration were rushed out of the ballroom unharmed. Shortly before the attack, Mr. Allen sent an email to his family and a former employer in which he expressed anger at the administration and the president. Administration officials were the suspect's targets, apparently prioritized from highest ranking to lowest, according to a copy of the roughly 1,000-word document shared by 2 law enforcement officials not authorized to disclose the information. So this is what happened. And I said this at the beginning of the show, and I said this on Twitter. I don't know what it is about this, but I really just don't care. And I'm not sure exactly why that is. I saw other people say basically the same thing, but as the details have come out, and I really just don't have any kind of, I don't have a take. I don't really have much to say. When we've heard all the takes, I think that there really are about this. This is a left-wing person who is radicalized, obviously. Motivation was to kill the president, radicalized by anti-government sentiment. And it seems like this is a guy that just went postal. This is some lunatic that just went crazy. And you're seeing more and more of that. I don't know what that is exactly, if that is social isolation. Maybe AI is playing a role in that. There's no indication of that, but I feel like that's increasing psychosis lately. A lot of drug use lately. I feel like there's a lot of trends underlying, or maybe they're kind of undercurrents happening beneath society, which are causing a lot of people to lose their minds. However, I don't think there's anything that interesting really to say about this other than that. Another person went crazy. It's another left-wing person radicalized against the government. I would add, if there's anything else to say, it's another case of the Secret Service being completely incompetent.
Inept.
How is this even possible? I think that's really almost the only thing that you can say about this specific incident is how is it even possible? Like I said, think about the situation that we are in. We are in a state of war. And it is true that the Ayatollah of Iran declared a fatwa against the United States and called on all the martyrs and all the believers to attack the United States, which makes this a high-risk environment. It's also true that the president has been told, and law enforcement and intelligence agencies have also said, that potentially Trump was being targeted by Iran from the beginning. I think that's Israeli propaganda. However, this is something that our own intel law enforcement agencies have independently said. So you think about the situation, we're at war. The Ayatollah has called on his supporters to attack us. Law enforcement and the intelligence community have said there's an active Iranian threat against the president. Whether you believe that or not, they have said that in the past for years. And yet somehow somebody was able to check into the hotel where the entire cabinet would be, not just the president, with 2 loaded guns and 3 knives. And he wasn't apprehended until he, bum rushed the escalator to actually break into the room? How is that even possible? And you have to ask yourself, what if he had a bomb? What if he had a pipe bomb in his suitcase instead of a loaded gun? What if he had some kind of a device, whether that's a nail bomb or a dirty bomb or who knows, a chemical agent? If this was a more sophisticated attacker, this could have been a catastrophe. This would have been a mass casualty event. You're not talking about just potentially wiping out half of the cabinet, including the president and vice president.
Line of succession.
Also, all these people in attendance.
Yeah, the Speaker of the House was there
at this
too.
Point? If it was some kind of a suicide bomber, again, if it was anything even a little bit more sophisticated than a couple of close-range firearms and some knives, and some knucklehead idiot who thought he was just going to literally bum rush the checkpoint, it'd be a very different story. How is this possible? Yeah. Especially, how is it possible? Again, even the situation with Iran and everything else notwithstanding, how is it possible after there have already been 2 assassination attempts against the president? It doesn't bode well. And it raises some interesting questions. This is where people get a little bit conspiratorial. And this now always accompanies everything that happens, everything like this, or even anything not like this that happens. People naturally start to ask, is this even real? Who is this person? Is it really Secret Service incompetence? Is it that simple? Because if it is, that's pretty disturbing. And I'm not even sure which is more disturbing. Or is it something else? Was there another stand-down order? Is it the case that the president just doesn't have an active security detail right now. Who knows why that would be? Is there some entity seeking regime change? Maybe some entity that would be pleased to see the president get attacked? Is that perhaps why the event was not secured? Is there a deliberate stand down? And honestly, you don't know.
Seems that
There's
way.
no way to know. And it's hard to say because on the one hand, you'd have to say Secret Service is completely out to lunch. And, you know, whether they're trying not to protect the president or they're not trying to not protect the president, well, they're not. They're not doing their job. And so the only question is whether that's an intentional stand down on behalf of some kind of incomprehensibly complex, shadowy government force, or it's just sheer incompetence. But to me, these are really the only things that can be said about the actual event. Here is, to me, the bigger picture about this, and this is what really makes me sick to my stomach. So, you know, we could go down all these different avenues, and to me, that's really not interesting. You can talk about the left has radicalized people against the government, and you could say Secret Service is incompetent, and you could say it's a conspiracy. They wanted Trump to go. They're sending a message. Time travel is a factor, apparently. If you know what I'm talking about, there's a time travel element that people are talking about to this one as well. We could go down all those different avenues. To me, that's not particularly interesting. I would say, and maybe this is a good segue, let's say, for example, people like to talk about the radicalization against the president. I don't actually think that's even valid anymore because the president himself is celebrating when people die. So how does that work? And I know that two wrongs don't make a right, and I know that doesn't rationalize or justify or make acceptable murder or an assassination, especially of the nation's leader. But you think about the kind of guy that Trump has become. He wasn't always like this. Maybe there were shades of this that had broken through, maybe aspects of his personality shined through and surfaced at one time or another. But you have to admit, Trump is totally unhinged now.
Yeah.
And he's a completely different person. And now I would say he's just downright wicked. He's a downright wicked and evil leader.
That's a good way to put it.
So, for example, when Robert Mueller dies, Trump is literally celebrating on Truth Social and saying, I'm glad he's dead. It's good news that this person has died because he was a terrible person. I don't know that I believe in karma, but I do believe that there are such a thing as cause and effect. And I'm not going to say that Trump saying that made a crazy person want to kill him. However, you do realize that there's a bit of a double standard. You can't defend every single thing that Trump says like that when Robert Reiner's kid killed his parents in a horrific, brutal double homicide, murder-suicide, and Trump says, well, he hated Trump. He didn't like Trump, so that's funny. When Robert Mueller dies and Trump celebrates, when he compares himself to Jesus, when he says he's going to annihilate Persian civilization, can you really then turn around and say it's the left, it's everybody else that has made the rhetoric so toxic? You don't really have a leg to stand on anymore. You did. Maybe 10 years ago, there was a time when the left was absolutely powerful and it was not symmetrical at all. There was no equivalency at all. And the left wanted us dead and they were explicit about it. And right-wingers were pleading and begging for mercy and apologizing and just wanted to be understood. It's not really like that anymore. Let's be honest. And so I can actually empathize with the left a little bit. It does ring hollow when Melania Trump and Erica Kirk go on Twitter and they want to bitch about the rhetoric. We need to turn the temperature down. Oh, it's gotten so crazy. Well, you know, look, it's kind of like you live by the sword, you die by the sword.
Yeah.
You don't want to go on Twitter every day and say, I'm glad Robert Mueller is dead. I'm glad Robert Reiner got murdered by his son. We're going to annihilate Persian civilization. If you care about Epstein, I don't need your vote. You're an idiot. Like, if you're doing those kinds of things, and then the left calls you a horrible person and a monster.
They got a point.
Again, I'm not trying to rationalize that or justify that in any way.
He's turned into a scumbag.
I don't believe murder is ever the solution. I'm a Christian. And I don't believe that two wrongs make a right. It doesn't justify, because it is true that the left, their rhetoric is violent and they want me dead. They tried to kill me too. And they tried to kill Trump and they killed Charlie Kirk. But in order to have the moral high ground, here's the rub. You can't go on Twitter then and say, oh, it's this rhetoric. We all need to relax and turn the temperature down. You can't really do that when you're a wicked person. You can't do that when you're reveling in the same kind of stuff.
People.
Now, more to the point, this is why I say this is a segue. So we're all supposed to believe that this is a horrible atrocity. We're all supposed to be so broken up about this. How long did it take after this incident that then all the pro-Trump influencers turned it into a social media campaign? This is what I noticed.
Yeah.
Immediately after the assassination attempt, it was literally every pro-Trump influencer on Twitter clearly got the memo. And I don't mean that in a manner of speaking. I don't mean that as a figure of speech. I mean, they literally got a memorandum. They literally got the... This is why President Trump needs to build the White House ballroom. Libs of TikTok says, this is why we need Trump's ballroom. Jack Posobiec, thank God President Trump is building a ballroom at the White House. See, so we switch that one around. Wall Street Maverick, we need the White House ballroom. Brylan Hollyhand, build the White House ballroom ASAP. Nick Adams, build the White House ballroom now. Randy Fine, we'd better never hear a peep from anyone complaining about a White House ballroom. All of those within hours of each other. That's not a coincidence. That's not like they all had the same idea. Do you know what that is? All of these people are being paid. Do you understand how this works? In the old days, politicians and corporations and foreign governments would engage lobbyists. They would pay specialists lots of money, and this is heavily regulated by the government, and there are disclosures, and there are rules, and there are monetary limits, and all kinds of things, and those lobbyists would use their connections in media, in government, among the political movers and shakers, and they would try to accomplish the goals of those political parties, corporations, and foreign governments. But with the advent and deregulation of social media, now lobbying takes a different form. And now foreign governments, corporations, and political parties and entities, now they just pay influencers. This is a real thing. This is not metaphor. This is how it works logistically. They pay influencers. They pay them hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars, sometimes more than that. It's completely unregulated. It's totally under the table, and it literally works like that. They say, we will pay you $3,000 if you post a TikTok, and here's the script. And the script has to say this, this, and this. They tell the influencers, make it your own. Say it in your own words, but we need this hashtag, and these are the points to emphasize, and these are the things that you have to say. You send us the TikTok. It's not even dependent on engagement. It's not dependent on how many people see it, like it, comment on it. It's just that they do it, and then they get the payout. That is what this is. So think of it.
So corrupt.
Some psycho goes to the White House ballroom to eliminate the entire government in the middle of a war after Trump has experienced 2 assassination attempts so far. His entire cabinet is in attendance. If this was a more sophisticated attacker, he would have wiped out the whole government and hundreds of other people.
He would have wiped out the entire line of succession. President, Vice President, Speaker of the House, all three were in attendance.
Would have been successful if not for his own incompetence, because Secret Service has either stood down because of a grand conspiracy or they're just not that competent. Within minutes of the assassination attempt, at the same time that we're being told this moralizing about the rhetoric from the left and we have a problem and people are doing another drive-by cry at the cameras about the horror, this is so sad. Within hours of the shooting, we get a social campaign about what? The White House ballroom. The GOP is already shelling out their thousands of dollars. All right, Brylan Hollyhand. All right, Nick Adams, Jack Posobiec, Libs of TikTok. You know the drill. Here's our campaign. Build the ballroom.
Okay.
And it's what it is. And they're flooding the zone. Again, consider, they don't even measure engagement. It's just about flooding the zone.
Like bots.
On X, on TikTok, on Instagram, just flooding the zone with repetition, influencers big and small, micro-influencers, larger influencers, and just putting that in front of everybody's face so that everybody is thinking, so that your coworker, your vaguely conservative, knucklehead chud coworker is going to come into the office on Monday with a hot take of his own making. He's going to be in the break room or the cafeteria and go, well, this is why we need the White House ballroom. And you want to go, that's not your idea. The Matrix told you to think that. You are in a media matrix. You are in a simulated reality. It's not real. You think you're looking at reality. You're not. You're looking at a screen. You're looking at a timeline that was populated with content by an algorithm. Who controls the algorithm? The content was paid to be created by people we don't even know, benefactors, political parties, corporations, foreign governments that we don't even know. And you scan this and you think you're making choices of who to follow and what you like and what you agree with, when in reality, it is the illusion of choice. You are brought into the casino. You are brought into the dream. You're brought into the manufactured environment, and you see what they want you to see. That's what this is. And that, I think, is why people are tapping out. This is why people want to get out.
Yeah, that's what
We're waiting, like in the Truman Show. When do we reach the end of the simulation? When does the boat hit the painting?
Yep.
When do we get out? And you start to look at the entire thing as sort of pointless. What actually are we doing? These conversations, this discourse that is happening on the timeline, it's completely simulated. It's not real. These people aren't even writing this stuff. There is no Jack Posobiec. Jack Posobiec is some human being out there in the world. His Twitter account is something else. His Twitter account might as well be run by, it's like in the Nightmare Before Christmas when they unravel the boogeyman, he's just a million bugs.
Ew.
That's what it is. It's people paying for this stuff. And the same goes for every one of these. And wokeness, libs of TikTok, Wall Street Maverick, Jack Posobiec, Mike Cernovich, Brylan Hollyhand, all these big influencers, that's all they are. It's like when McDonald's or Wendy's or Chili's are replying to each other on Twitter. It's like when McDonald's posts
analogy.
And says they take a small bite out of the Arch Burger, and Chili's is going to reply, "Oop," and you think you're talking to a corporation. So I look at this and I think I can't feel anything about any of this because none of it is real. None of it is actually real. If it was real,
80s.
This guy wouldn't have made it to the security checkpoint to blow everybody up or blow everybody away with a shotgun. Nobody actually cares that much. And now we're supposed to be subjected in the hours afterward to this assault on our eyeballs, which is what it is. It's like imperialism. They're colonizing the real estate in front of your eyeballs to get you to support some kind of political agenda. And here's the real kicker. Here's the real kicker. In some sense, this is what political theory is. And this is what politics is and always has been. We can be black-pilled about this, or we can be clear-pilled about this. We can be black-pilled, and we could lament this and say everything is fake. It's a fabricated reality. We are at the mercy of the people that have more power, and there's this asymmetry between us. We can lament this, and we can despair and say there's nothing that anyone can do. How can we outsmart the music makers? How can we outsmart the script writers? We can't. They were born into it. They've been writing the script and making the music for generations, and we are simple goy. And we are simple goyim. Your parents were farmers, or your parents' parents were farmers, and they've been spinning these tales in their secret clubs for thousands of years. How can we possibly compete? So we could be black-pilled, or we could be clear-pilled, and we could say, this is how the game is played, and we just have to, they're not that much smarter than us, and with a little bit of luck and determination, we can do the things that they do. We could be clear-pilled and say, we need to make our own music. We need to write our own script. We need to learn from them, let them be the teacher, and put ourselves... Let's not get dejected that your coworker is a fucking idiot that can't think for himself and shake our fist and say, why can't they think for themselves? We have to turn around and say, we need to make the propaganda that brainwashes the masses. The intelligent people, the chosen people, let's say, the initiated, we have to do those things in another direction. Now, here's the clear pill. Okay, so it's all fake. So people are being paid to post this garbage. Here's the black pill. So we've all been on this ride for 10 years, and we've all sacrificed in our own way. Some of you have gotten your MAGA hat knocked off your stupid fat head, and some of you have been doxxed and lost your job and gotten kicked out of school and disowned by a family member, not invited to Thanksgiving, whatever. Trump got indicted. He got shot at. I almost got killed in my house. We've all been a part of this for some of us more than others. We've all been on this ride for a long time. We're all invested. Some of us have skin in the game here. And you say everything that has gone into it, the time, the effort, the blood, sweat, and tears, the sacrifices, and what are we getting out of it?
Nothing.
So Trump is a warrior. He's in the arena. He's on the battlefield. Part of the job. You get appointed president by the Jews. Part of the job, you're going to get shot at. Do you want to be the Messiah? You want to be the Antichrist for the Jews? Yeah. You're going to get shot at by some crazy goyim. Part of the job. But you say, why? Why does Trump, why do the personnel, why do these people go out on the battlefield and do these things, sacrifice, take the risks? And then you see this social campaign. Is it really all for a White House ballroom? Trump almost got killed for the third time at least. It is a veritable crisis. In other times, people have used a similar crisis to become the dictator of their country. They've used it to declare wars.
Mussolini
They've used it to shut down the economy. Dramatic intervention in society. Trump got shot in the ear. Another nitwit was on his golf course. This happens. You had the pandemic. You had the BLM riots. You had the anti-ICE riots, the riots in LA. You have the war in Iran. All these things. And what are we going to use the crisis for? The social campaigns, all this stuff. What are we going to use it for? The White House. This is why we need a White House ballroom. Really? That's the takeaway? Here's my point. If a left-wing person, another one, takes a shot at the president, why are we not arresting all of them? Another left-wing radical tried to kill the president. This is a problem. This is a problem. Luigi Mangione killed the healthcare CEO. Thomas Crooks shot the president in the ear. Charlie Kirk got shot in the head. This is now the third assassination attempt against Trump. Cabinet officials live on military bases because people are trying to kill them. This is a real problem. This is destabilizing. It's crazy that not just government officials, but all right-wing people, in some sense, have to live in fear that a tranny, that a nut job, some communist is going to try to come and kill them. We have the executive branch of government. We are in control of the White House. We, ostensibly, Homeland Security, DOJ, FBI. We have all of this stuff. Why are these people not being arrested? A third person tries to kill Trump and they say, that's why we need a ballroom? How about that's why we're going to arrest everybody today? How about, and that's why we're going to shut down MS Now. We're going to shut down the SPLC. That's why we're going to ban Hassan Piker from fucking Twitch. Hassan Piker, it's like every week he justifies political violence. Why is he still in America? Why is he not at the bottom of the jail at this point?
We're back in Turkey.
Seriously, that's why we need a ballroom? No, this is why Hassan Piker needs to be on a plane back to Turkey. This is why Hassan Piker should be buried beneath the jail. This is why we need a White House ballroom. So what, the president can cower there?
Right.
From all the would-be assassins at the gates? For another 3 years before he's out of office? No, this is why these people need to be dealt with by law enforcement. No, this is why the FBI needs to do what they should have done after Charlie Kirk got shot, and they need to start arresting these people. Think about what they are capable of. Between the flock cameras and the NSA and Palantir and all of these surveillance technologies, they could find every person.
You know, about Hassan, I wouldn't have a problem with the guy if he didn't call for violence. If the guy was just a regular lib, like his uncle, no problems. But this guy talks about writhing in people's guts and stuff. It's like, dude, you got to go, man. You don't belong in a first world nation.
That was at the Capitol on January 6th. They could do it. And if you so much as sneeze in the direction of a pro-Palestine protest, they're revoking your visa, they're going to denaturalize you and deport you from America. State Department is looking at the social media of 50,000 people to see if they've criticized Israel. That we can do. You're telling me we can't go after Antifa? You're telling me we can't go after the radical left? You're telling me we can't bring charges against Hassan Piker? Hassan Piker is posting instructions on how to make a bomb, saying we should kill Rick Scott, saying America deserved 9/11. He's one of the biggest streamers in the country. Why is he not in prison? Stephen Miller?
Yeah, Nick would be in prison if he ever
Trump,
said violence once.
Any of these people, why are they not in jail? And for all these MAGA influencers, a ballroom, fuck you. Arrests. Let's arrest them. They arrested us. I was put on a no-fly list. I had my bank account frozen. Close to 2,000 people were arrested for J6. They didn't even do anything violent necessarily. The vast majority of them. A White House ballroom? This ridiculous vanity project? How about some arrests of our political enemies? That would actually go a long way, but that's just it. This is what this administration, this is what this movement does. 10 years in, we don't have a border wall. We don't have a new tariff schedule. We don't have an infrastructure bill. We haven't gotten the money out of politics. We haven't registered AIPAC under FARA. We're at war with Iran. We're still in Syria. We're still in Iraq. We're more in the Middle East than we were before. We are more in debt than we were before, a lot more. What do we have to show for our golden age, the vengeance administration? Remember that? I'll be your vengeance? Well, let's see. We got a corporate tax cut. Last week, Trump is moving to reclassify weed to make it legal. We're at war with Iran for Israel. And now, after the third assassination attempt and the assassination of Charlie Kirk, what's the big solution to our political crisis? They want a White House ballroom.
Uh-huh.
They want the courts in D.C. to move to have a White House ballroom. This is what Jack Posobiec, Mike Cernovich, libs of TikTok, and wokeness, this is what they have to say about this.
Disgusting.
You people are useless. Trump, Vance, Stephen Miller, all of these influencers, you people are useless. You are garbage. You are nothing. And understand, it's not benign. They have influence. The Trump government has power. These influencers, they're tapped in, and they also have influence. They could easily use their influence to direct anger towards the White House. They could speak on our behalf to the government, to the party, and say, hey, where's the deportations? Where's the indictments? Where's the files? Instead, they are speaking on behalf of the party to the people and saying, sit down and shut up and be happy that you're getting legal weed and a corporate tax cut and a war with Iran and a ballroom.
I said they can go.
That's what they're doing. So these people, it's not benign.
Keep your
It's
legal
not
weed.
harmless. This is worse than useless. They are ruining everything. And this is why I say there's nothing to salvage here. You have to burn it all down. Fuck all these people. We don't need any of them. All these influencers are garbage.
Morons.
All these White House personnel are garbage. Stephen Miller, what has he done for us? For all of the glazing of these officials, Stephen Miller's autistically thinking about how to deport. There's no deportations. What are you talking about? They go, well, look at this based yearbook quote from when he was in high school.
Right.
Okay, let's look at the deportation numbers. Oh, wait, ICE doesn't report them because they're embarrassingly low. Why don't we get on that? Do you know that Stephen Miller was one of the loudest supporters of the war in Iran?
Okay.
So not only can he not get the good things done, powerless to deport anybody, powerless to indict anybody, but simultaneously, he's not even gonna not support the bad things. He's enthusiastically cheering them on.
Oh, yeah.
The Haitians, still in Springfield. The Somalians, still in Minneapolis. The border wall, still not built. U.S. military, still in the Middle East. Tariffs overturned. War in Ukraine, ongoing. Another crisis falls into our lap. Oh, gee, in the middle of this foreign policy disaster, mass deportation, abandonment, a crisis falls in our lap. Should we use this? Can we use this? Can we use this to go after our enemies? No, let's use it to sell the vanity project. Let's use it to sell the ballroom. Worthless. Absolutely worthless. And that's why I say Democrat in 26, burn it all down in 28. That's the motto. Democrats in 26 to punish these people. Just destroy as many of them as possible. I love to see Republicans lose races. Get them all out.
Yep.
Get as many, because they're all garbage.
Incumbents.
Get as many of them out as possible, with like a few exceptions. Thomas Massey, James Fishback. Other than that, get them all out. And then in 28, we need an insurgent on the Republican side to run and burn it all down, to destroy Vance, Rubio, whoever else is going to run in the primary, Ted Cruz. We want a Republican in 28. We want an America First Republican. We want a Caesar. And the message needs to be like, yeah, we're not fucking around. Like, we're getting elected and then that's it. Like, we're getting elected and then we're crossing the Rubicon, and forget about posse comitatus. No, the military's going in the streets. Protests are being crushed. Illegals are being sent out. Criminals are being sent to prison. This is what we need at this point. It's what it is. So that, to me, that's the take on this White House ballroom. It could not be It could not be more clear. This is the White House Correspondents' Dinner, where all of the cocksucking journalist, press corps, they all gather there, and you got the woman cowering under the table filming herself. It could not be more obvious where the focus is there. These people, they got greedy. These influencers, this government, they got greedy. They are there and they are looting everything. They all are. Do you know how much? It's disgusting how much money these people are making.
Sick.
Disgusting.
Really is.
If you knew how many kickbacks, how much money and kickbacks these people were getting, it would make you sick. And we're not talking about just the administration officials and personnel, but also the people outside too. Washington Post said, I make a lot of money in super chats. I make nothing compared to what these people make. Selling their influence, selling themselves as political operators. The largesse is disgusting. And they got greedy. They got in there. That's all this administration does. That's all it does. Embezzlement, kickbacks, stuff like that.
Gambling.
Taking money under the table, insider trading. That's all they do. And you would have thought, they might spend a little time on the Golden Age, a little bit of time on the Vengeance Tour or, whatever. Nope. They got too greedy. They're doing nothing for the voters. They're doing everything for the donors, everything for themselves. And that's why they deserve to be utterly destroyed.
Fuck yeah.
White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting, and they want to say the left-wing media radicalized everybody. Get a new take. Get a new trick. Or, do something about it. The left has radicalized everybody with the rhetoric. Okay, then fucking do something about it. Don't you run the FBI now? Why was it so important to make Kash Patel the FBI director then? Do something about it. You got the DOJ. You got DHS.
You got elected for.
And we get on True Social like we're not in power. Posting, comments, commentary. We need a White House ballroom. Let's arrest everybody. Let's arrest everybody. We can do it. Go out there, find them, put them in jail. Well, but that's like legally dubious. You know what's not going to be dubious? Handcuffs, prison, the ordeal of being sent to jail. Well, they're going to fight it. Okay, the government has limitless resources. Crush them like they crushed us. Stop complaining. And this gets back to the larger point that I always make. We are in a game, a war. It's win or die. We are taking up, I don't want to say taking up arms, but we are challenging this left-wing hegemonic system. Now, we're either going to utterly defeat them and take power, or they're going to get the power back. What do you think they're going to do when they get the power back?
People are going to jail.
They're going to kill us. Like, we tried to take power from them. We tried to send them to jail. We tried to punish them. If they ever get back the reins, if we don't win, then they are going to use power efficiently and effectively.
It didn't last time.
And they will do it, whereas we will not, to persecute all of us. Put in a cage or die. That is what they will do to us. And so I'm not interested in the half measures. You can't contest power and then, when it gets deadly, as it often does, throw up your hands and say, that's not fair. The left is like making everyone mad at us. Like, yeah, we're in a war. We're wresting power from them. Of course, they're going to activate their radicals. You need to use the power we've accumulated to crush them.
Panic Room Patel.
So Trump is on True Social saying, Jimmy Kimmel made a bad joke. They should fire him.
Right.
Okay, and what if they don't? They're not gonna, and what happens when they don't? You're gonna say, oh, well, we tried. No, that's not good enough. It's not good enough. What needs to come of this is Hassan Piker needs to go to jail. We don't need a White House ballroom. Fuck your ballroom. We need Hassan Piker in jail. This is why we need Hassan Piker in jail. And we need to run that up the flagpole. I want Stephen Miller to go to Kash Patel and say, put Hassan Piker in jail. Blame it on him. It's people like him that are at fault. It's people like him. It's people like him, one of the #1 live streamers in the country, that's saying, here's how to build a bomb. Here's how to build a bomb, and if you killed Rick Scott, everyone would have free health care. That guy needs to go to jail. Like, he needs to be denaturalized. He needs to be sent out of the country. Fuck this guy. Like, that is something you can serve up to us. And then maybe these people will think twice. You take his citizenship, this anti-American piece of shit, take his citizenship, send him back to his beloved third world. Send him back to Cuba. Send him to Venezuela. Send him packing. He loves Cuba so much. Send him there. Give him what he wants. Wish granted. And then maybe these other champagne socialists will be a little more careful when they try to radicalize the next generation to kill politicians. But that is what you need to do. But nobody cares. Hate to tell you that. Nobody cares all that much about any of it. Trump doesn't care. Vance doesn't care. Stephen Miller doesn't care. Libs of TikTok is a woman. She's an idiot. She's a woman. You think she's sitting there thinking about politics? She's thinking about how she looks when she pretends to think about politics. She's caught up in, I'm like a political influencer. Oh my God. These people don't care. They don't care. They're not thinking about it. They're not thinking about these things. And they're not even writing their own stuff. This is why we need a ballroom. Ballroom. Unless the ballroom is a concentration, unless the ballroom is a prison camp, we don't need a fucking ballroom. We need a prison camp. We need a re-education ballroom, a re-education room. Unless the ballroom is super massive so we can support thousands and thousands of ideological prisoners that we could send in there by bus, then, we don't need that actually. We need more detention centers, more prisons. We're going to need a place where we can put, and I'm kind of joking here. I'm kind of joking a little bit. Print that. You have to print that or it's libel. I said I was joking. You have to print that. I'm kidding. That was a joke, obviously. And you have to print that or else it's libel. Now, obviously, I'm joking when I say that. And you have to say that I said that because I'm joking. However, the spirit of what I'm saying is true, which is that this is a real crisis. Whatever you want to say, there is a real crisis of left-wing violence. Just think about it. I mean, here's what I want to, this is the last thing I'll say, then we're going to move on. We are a nation in crisis, okay? The left is a problem. You think about like Zohran Mamdani who got elected. This guy's bad news. They're all bad news. I'm not a leftist. They want to redistribute our wealth. These race communists, and they are, sure, they're anti-Israel, but they are what they are. These race communists want to throw open the borders to refugees, illegal aliens. They don't want to deport anybody. You see that fat schlub gay comedian? He's wearing an ICE out pin. He goes, we can't afford healthcare, but we're breaking apart communities. It's like, yeah, they're here illegally. Like they have to go, okay? These liberals, leftists, whatever, race communists, these people like Zohran Mamdani, all the left-wing filth, if they have it their way, the illegals are never going back. The Somalians, the Haitians are never going back. And not only are they not going back, they're going to stay here forever. They're going to have lots of kids. They're going to outnumber us. Then they're going to outvote us. And what are they going to do when they outvote us? Well, you already have seen. You've gotten a taste of it. The monuments are coming down. If we're outnumbered and outvoted by the oppressed third worlders, you think they're going to tolerate a Christopher Columbus statue, a Thomas Jefferson monument? Of course not. The statues come down. The holidays get erased. The curriculum changes in the schools. The holidays change. They start doing all these things. It becomes a cultural and increasingly then an economic conquest. And so they start to say, this is for everybody. It's not just Christmas and Easter anymore. Now it's Diwali and Ramadan, and it's all these other things. And then they start to say, you know what? White people were racist, and the only reason they're rich is because of exploitation. We need to take from the rich, white people, and give to the poor, brown people. We have to tax the wealth, tax the income, tax the rich white neighborhoods, and redistribute it in the form of grocery stores and free buses and trains and healthcare and this, that, and the other. That's what they're going to do. And if a right-winger is elected to stop this stuff, these left-wing pieces of shit are going to riot, and they do. If a right-wing government gets elected and says, you know what? It smells like weed everywhere, and you people are driving on the shoulder on the highway, and we're going to have to arrest a lot of black people before we have any semblance of order, and these illegal aliens got to go. We're going to have to literally round them up in raids and get them out of the country. If we try to fix the problems, if we try to do these things, the left will riot. They will start killing politicians. They will burn the city down. They will start attacking law enforcement that are doing these things. And so this is the point. We got to get serious here. You want to have a country, you got to get serious. We can't be playing around. Yeah, a lot of these people are going to have to go to jail. If you want your country back, if you want a country that doesn't stink like weed, graffiti everywhere, litter and trash everywhere, crime rampant, homeless people everywhere, migrants crossing the border, illegals everywhere, poverty, dilapidated infrastructure. If you want to fight all that, the only way to set it straight is with a very strong government, with a very strong security apparatus. It is what it is.
Hey, Nick, one for government.
It's what has to happen. And so if this administration isn't serious about that, then it has to go. Like, we need something that is serious about that.
It's serious, Nick.
Build a White House ballroom? No, like, you need to use these opportunities to go after these left-wing activists and start breaking apart their networks, start breaking apart their organization, because they are going to organize to prevent us from fixing the country. If you're not capable of doing that, if you're not willing to do that, then I'm not interested in that. I'll literally take the left over that, because at least if we have the left, if the left is all powerful, they'll leave us alone because they don't feel challenged. You understand the difference? If the left got in power in 24, I know this is controversial, but they wouldn't feel threatened by the right, and they wouldn't be lashing out. There'd be no desperation. They wouldn't need to throw anybody in jail or undertake these extreme drastic measures, because the right would be a manageable problem. And they recognize that it exists and it opposes them, but there'd be no desperation. They wouldn't have their back against the wall. They don't feel as in they're in an existential battle. So there'd be some salutary neglect with how they fight us. But if you have a right wing that is sort of fighting but not serious, like I said, this is when you get cut. This is when they go for the throat. This is when they go for the jugular. And it's not going to be pretty. So I've said it before. I'll say it again. It just goes to show, look at the two games that are being played. The left is murdering us, and we are tweeting about a ballroom. You see the difference? The left is serious. They're out there telling everybody they're Nazis. This is another Holocaust. It can happen here. Bombs, knives, guns, kill them. He's a pedophile rapist. He's a pedo protector. And make no mistake about it, yeah, it's intentional. They're deploying people to murder the fucking president. And Trump is on True Social. The influencers are saying, yeah, this is why we need another ballroom. It's a joke. It's a joke. Taken with both hands, stuffing their pockets, talking about a ballroom. That's why I say I'm out of here. That's how we're going to play. I am running for the hills. I am not going to be here for the next Order 66 moment. I'm not standing around and waiting for the clone troopers to turn on me like last time. I'm out. I'm going to Tatooine. I'm out of here.
What a lame.
I'm going to a non-extradition country. I'm going somewhere where they can't find me. So anyway, that's that. We're going to move on, though. I think we're kind of at like... When did we start? Like 9:30?
Like 10:30.
I think we're going to move on, take a look at the super chats. We'll save the SPLC for tomorrow. The good thing is it's a slow news week. So we can space this stuff out. We'll cover the SPLC tomorrow because that's a big story too. We'll cover Iran tomorrow as well. We got a big update about Iran. But that's going to do it for me tonight about the news. That's my take on the White House ballroom. It's the same take I've been saying for a very long time, which is like, at what point do you recognize this is not going to work? This is a problem. It's the same take as always. You cannot justify it anymore. If this administration is what they said it was or was going to be, I would support it, but it's not. This is not what they campaigned on. We are a year and a half in. We should be getting mass deportations. We should be getting a border wall. We should be out of the Middle East. We should be out of Ukraine. We should be rebuilding our country. There should be indictments. They should be going to jail, not us. They should be going to jail. The Epstein files, all this stuff should be out there, but it's not. And instead, they're fucking around and playing games, and they're stealing, and they're enriching themselves. You are broke. You are watching your Netflix subscription get more and more expensive. Gas get more and more expensive. The job market is horrible. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows how bad it is. Everybody knows the job market is frozen. Nobody can get a job, and it's only going to get worse. When Anthropic puts all the software companies out of business and the energy shock hits, and they're stealing millions, tens, hundreds of millions of dollars. The arbitrage, trading against these true social posts. Trump is saying, buy Palantir. Buy Palantir? It's like the fall of the Roman Empire. He goes on social media with the ticker, buy $Palantir. And Netflix is like $25 a month. You should be angry. You are not angry enough at our own side. The left is doing what they do. They're the enemy. They're fighting us. They believe in what they're saying. That's why they're willing to die all the time. On our side, nobody believes in anything. Nobody believes. Then forget about believing anything. Nobody believes. For them, it's just about money. I mean, these are the worst people in the world. So you have to stop giving them another chance. They have to be destroyed. Something else has to come in its place. And by the way, look at Florida. That's the white pill. You want a white pill? Look at what's happening in Florida. I don't know what's going to happen in this primary, but look at those rallies with James Fishback. I have never seen anything like that since 2016. The last time you saw an enthusiasm gap like that, the last time you saw real organic energy and enthusiasm like that, I remember it. It was 10 years ago. It was when I was 18. I was there. I saw it. It was when the Trump movement started. That's the only other time I've seen rallies like that, energy like that. I saw a rally today. Fishback gets on the stage. They're chanting USA so loudly, you can feel it, even in the recording. Where do you see energy like that? Not for Trump, not anymore. Not for Vance, not for Rubio, not for DeSantis, not for Vivek, for James Fishback.
Who's a half Colombian.
That's what I see in Florida. Young people, young men. And they're flying to see him, driving to see him, waiting in lines around the block to see him. That's where the energy is. That's the playbook for 2028. We can do it again.
No way.
The energy is there. We have to open up a space and we have to incubate this energy. We can't let all of it be dissipated in copium for Trump, hoping and praying and waiting that Trump is going to give us what we deserve, what was promised. You can't sit around waiting for that. He don't care. Personnel doesn't care. Influencers don't care. We have to take our own side. We have to believe. We have to start to imagine a future where we win. What does that look like? And to me, that looks like a popular grassroots nationalist movement led by a charismatic nationalist figure in the Republican primary in 28. And I'm not talking about me. I'm not even being coy. But somebody, who knows, somebody will answer the call if there is the appetite. So this is what I've been trying to say. Don't settle for Vance. Don't settle for this garbage. People think we're getting the lesser of two evils. Well, it's better than nothing. No, it's worse than nothing. They're shooting at us. We're playing around. Like you might as well just leave the stage. Just get out. You know? If we are under attack, it's life or death, and the people that have all of the power and responsibility are just not present, they're not taking it seriously, it's time to go. This is worse than nothing. So, this is my vision. This is my vision for the future. This is my vision for 28. Democrats in 26 to destroy the Republicans, and in 28, they will clear the way, okay? They will refresh the soil. And in 28, I promise you, something will grow there. Something will happen. That is how it has to be. But, the idea we're just going to keep doing the same thing, vote Republican again. This time they're going to deliver. It's just not going to work. It's not going to work anymore. White House ballroom, they said. What a joke. Anyway, so that's that. We're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all that. I know we're going to have a lot of super chats. How's everybody going to get on my nerves tonight? I'm sure you've all been planning that. Am I mogging? Chat, am I mogging? What do you think? I got so skinny, I'm disappearing. Look at the definition. Are you kidding me? Look at the definition.
Did you get any more bang, dude?
It's unbelievable.
I got some likes here.
Unbelievable transformation.
A little bit, at least.
People are saying I'm on Reddit TrueTide. I'm not on Reddit TrueTide. I just stopped eating. It's possible, fatties. It's possible. You disgusting pigs. Everybody was saying, he's on Retta. He's on Retta Premium. I just stopped eating. I'm afraid of needles. I'm afraid of needles. I don't do drugs. I don't do anything like that. I'm afraid of it. It's called I'm not hungry. I lost my appetite. I'm fine. I just lost my appetite for a little while. I lost my appetite for about 5 months. You should try it. You should try it. People need to go on Reddit TrueTide because they're disgusting slobs. I'm insulted when people say that because what you're really saying is like, oh, this guy has no self-control.
Bro, doesn't mean you have to look at yourself.
Anyway. Why would I read the super chats when I could just look at my progress here? When I could just look at my weight loss progress. Faggot maxing? Faggot maxing?
Kind of comes off that way.
You're just jealous. You're seethe maxing.
A little bit.
All right, anyway, let's take a look. All right, let's take a look. Let's see what we got in the super chats. Let's take a look. All right. Let's see what we got here. It's getting a little hot in here. I'm like sweating. Oh. Man, I haven't done a show in a long time, but it's good. It's good to be back. I had a lot to say. I was cooking, It was a pretty good show. It was pretty good. Pretty strong show. Pretty strong return. All right. Let's take a look. Let's see what we got
USM
here.
McRoy percent $20. Now that Sneeko is out of the picture, can we get some collabs with your True Day One nigga Keith Woods?
This is from like 2 weeks ago. Well, you know what? Me and Sneeko are cool again. Me and Sneeko are never gonna not be friends, okay? I love that guy. I really do. He's a good guy, and we fight a lot, but I don't know. We're never gonna not be friends. We're besties, dude. The Goat Co. The Goat Co. Look, we don't agree on everything. He is Muslim, I'm Christian, but he's got a good heart. That's a good man. That is a good man. I sense the godliness in him. And I, in fairness, I talk a lot of shit about him, So that's a little bit on me. He rage baits me a little bit. I talk a lot of shit. It is what it is, but we love him. We do love him. He doesn't like when I say that. He's like, you're always like, we love, but it's true. Anyway, so yeah, people are saying, L, hey man, shut up. Shut up.
Algernon Sydney sent
He's a
$21.
homie.
Kill the boy John and let the man be born as Estamaga. Aim on Game of Thrones. Clippers, do your work.
I don't remember that quote.
St. Christopher sent $20. Why did Elon tweet that you were a Fed? Born on the island? Seeing that too. Eyes emoji.
I don't know. I don't know Elon. But he
Somebody
got
asked me
community
if Nick
noted,
liked
or what is it
Elon.
called? Yeah, community
Somebody
noted on his
just
own
asked me
post.
that.
St. Christopher sent $20. You really think they count the Goyim's votes? Lol.
Okay.
Reactive Lymphocyte 86 sent $20. The Groypers have the watch. God bless. Less
Groypers
than
have
three.
the watch.
Groyper by the
Yeah.
box sent $20. Happy Friday, boss. I come bearing your weekly allowance. Your fingers can dispense 3 liquids at will. What are they and why?
Ooh. Ooh, that's a good question. Dispense 3 liquids. Interesting. Interesting choice of words there. 3 liquids? Oh man, I would go water, obviously. Maybe sparkling water. Coffee. And Coke. That'd probably be my top 3. What else is there though? What other liquids are there?
Soap. Soap. Good soap.
I don't know. That's an interesting question.
Coolant.
But
for
I
your
appreciate
car.
the super chat. Those would probably be my top 3. What's
Oil.
better than Coke?
Fashion expert Miss Kitty sent $20. You are such a sweetheart.
I really am.
Paint thinner.
Anti-Semitism awareness
really
sent $20. Mark Levin loves to
Turpentine.
call people low IQ then immediately follow up with a low IQ insult and doesn't know he looks retarded.
Yeah, that's true.
Big Yahoo sent $20. I'm in a wedding of an old friend of yours this weekend. Not gonna say who because I don't want to dox him. Big
Melted
shout out to him
gold.
and hopefully no gig for him.
Who? Well, now I'm curious. Who's having I'm not aware of anybody having a wedding. Who's having a wedding this weekend? I'd have to think about that.
Dante J sent $50.
Nobody that
3
I
years
know.
ago, I got a donor dinner ticket to NJFR2. Brought the unsuspecting GF. Told her it was a conservative rally and you went on to declare the holy war against the Jews lol. We just had a son 07.
Wow, that's crazy. Well, congratulations. God bless. Love to hear. Groyper family. That's so funny. Yeah, we're going to go to this event, babe. And I'm like standing in front of a projected image of like hell. And I'm like, we're going to war. Holy war against Israel. Yeah, kind of funny.
Yeah, I
But
did
hey,
see it was
congrats,
privately
W. W's
paid.
in the chat.
Whiskey October sent $100. Someone once asked what you thought of Vox Day, aka Theodore Beale, and you said you didn't know who he is. He's just a dumber version of you, a Gen Xer living in Swiss, with his own streaming site. He called you out for not supporting Trump in 2024 and yet now he's whining about Trump being a complete failure.
Well. Many such cases. Everybody thinks they're smarter than me. They're not. I'm smarter than them. Thank you for the big super chat. I still don't really know who that is, but I appreciate the super chat anyway.
Gulper sent $20. Gulp.
All right.
Vadif sent $20. Props on predicting the JD Vance propaganda. Radio silent for months now. He's on every article
You
about
see
the
that?
ceasefire talks.
Yeah. Disappear. He literally disappeared the second the war started. And now all you see are these planted stories. No, he was really against the war. No, he said not to do it.
Bunch of bullshit.
It's just like, oh man, it's so ridiculous. Once you see it, it just becomes unbearable. You just can't do it anymore. You're arguing with Laurel Loomer and libs of TikTok. It's just like, why? Why are we
Australian
doing
white
this?
nigga sent $20. I'm an idiot. It's my fault. This whole time I didn't realize. It's just like bananas and rice. Thanks for insight. Band-aid head. Injured face emoji.
I don't remember that
Horny
one.
cat sent $20. Do you condone Catholic women grifters denouncing Protestantism? Remember Timothy 2:12.
I don't know what the basis of that question is. I don't. Who are you trying to get me to attack? Do you condone Catholic grifters attack? Shut the fuck up and go
Young Roy
away.
Clip sent $20.
I'm not taking your side in your stupid
Young Roy Clip sent
argument or
$20.
whatever.
Texting you personally is more important. I agree with him. W. Bradley for standing up for you on
My
stream.
man.
Al Cuco the Brown Clown as always.
Dude, Bradley Martin is a good ass friend. That's a genuinely good guy. Nobody, well, not nobody, but very few people really give a shit about me. And he's one of them that does. He texted me a few weeks ago. He's like, hey man, how you doing? And I was like, not good. Like, I'm tired of it. And he was like, like he was really there for me in a way that people usually are not. Everybody says, I'll kill, rape, and die for you. I'll kill, rape, and die for you. But then you go, hey, could you talk? No, I'm at work. I want to call my friend the other day. You know what he told me? I hate voice chats. Fucking asshole. I said, hey, can I call you on the phone? Oh, I hate voice chats. Want to play Fortnite? I'm like, bro's too busy with his fiance. I'm like, dude, tell the Foyd to shut up. Your friend needs to call. Your friend needs your attention. Literally, he was too busy with his fiance. I'm not going to say who it is. But yeah, I go, bro, I'm like, pick up the phone. He goes, I hate VCs. I'm like, you're a fucking piece of shit and I hate you. No, I'm kidding. No, he's a good dude. He called me like an hour later. But I was like, bro, and I'm just being dramatic. But no, but Bradley Martin, I'm just subtweeting people from my group chat. But no, but Bradley Martin's the OG. Good dude. And he planted the seed. He's like, hey, you got to just go to Italy. So
Murph Wild sent $20. DJT is being slowly drugged, I think. This is not normal behavior even for him. Feel better soon.
That's just like delusional. When are we going to stop with the cope? You goyim are pathetic. If we didn't have the word goyim, we would have to make it up. No matter how bad it gets, people will always have an excuse. They'll always say, oh, he's being drugged. Oh, it's 5-dimensional chess. Oh, dude, he just sucks. This is just who he is.
Mongolian Sneeko sent $20.
Okay.
Terrible week for Vance. Orban loses. Iran negotiations fall through. Lowest polling VP and now the Catholic LARP is exposed.
So true. Yeah, he puts out this book about being Catholic, then attacks the Pope. Okay, bro. Peter Thiel is telling him he hates the Pope. Okay.
Hades sent $20. Nicholas, you're rich. Go on yacht parties. Boats are the last thing to be off the grid, since you're banned from the club's 20.
I feel like Israel would just attack it, though. But yeah, I would like to go on a yacht. That'd be kind of awesome. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, maybe does anyone have a yacht? And do I have any rich friends that have a yacht? Let me know. Hit me up.
Gulper sent $22. Gulp.
Okay. And a
Genevieve
gulp
from
again.
Ohio sent $30. Young Roy per mom here. Been listening to you for a while now. Love the show. You're the only person I listen to anymore.
Hey, thanks a lot. I don't know if I love this Genevieve from Ohio thing. I don't know if I could do that again. You're tugging on my heartstrings with that one. I don't know. Maybe just switch it up a little.
Shadowban sent $100. Nick, vote Democrat in 2028 Democrats. Vote Rahm Emanuel in 2028.
I don't get it. Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. I don't really get it, though.
Chicken Tendiegro I percent $100.
Oh, wait. I never said to vote Democrat in 28. No, I said vote Democrat in 26. How many times do I have to... People just don't listen. I think I've said a million times, Democrat in 26, Republican in 28. People just... Whatever.
Chicken
Whatever.
Tendiegro I
Nobody's
percent
listening.
$100. Here is $100.
Hey,
You are the goat.
thanks. Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate
Digital Nas 2 sent
the
$100.
$100.
I'm glad to hear you liked my video on TikTok so much.
So
Praying you always
good.
have the support you need and that your mental health has been better since the break. I love you, twin
Well,
less than 3.
That sounds gay, but like, no, but that was such a good edit. Thank you for the big super chat. That was exactly what I needed. That was such a good, that's probably my favorite edit of all time. Cause it's like, I've never felt more seen. I've never felt more seen than when I saw that. I watched it 100 times probably. That was so good. So congratulations. Well done. That was a winner. Yeah. But yeah, I needed to go somewhere where no one would recognize me because I go around here and everybody wants to fight me. Everybody wants a picture with me. Everybody's carrying on. Hey, do I recognize you? Hey, are you that guy? Hey man, can I just eat my Big Mac? Like, can I just relax, please? No, whatever. I like to meet the fans, but I had to just go somewhere where no one would see me. Where I could just disappear a little bit. Because honestly, that has been crazy. It's like everywhere I go, people are watching me. I hate being watched. I feel very self-conscious. I forget how to walk. I forget how to do stuff. Because you know what it is? It's like people start following you. When you're a little bit famous and people recognize you, you'd be like doing your thing. You're like walking through the mall. You're at a restaurant. And people will like pass by. And then they'll come back around to like make sure it's you. And then they'll come back a third time to like get the picture. And it's like, I don't want to be stalked like prey. I don't want to be stalked like a wild animal. I don't want somebody like, it's like Jaws. It's like a dorsal fin is sticking out of the water, circling the boat. I don't like that, you know? I was in the mall, and it's okay. There were like some people that recognized me, but they literally, it's like I see the same guy come back like 2 or 3 times, and then I start to get cagey. Then I'm like, where's my exits? You know, where are their weapons? So, thankfully, the guy was like, oh, I'm a huge fan, blah, blah, blah. But like, I had to go somewhere where I wasn't dealing with that. So, freaky. Anyway. But I appreciate the big super chat in the
African
edit.
American source sent $3,000. 10K gang. The Washington Post is more racist thinking African American source is a racist name. It is a dinosaur from the country African American, you uneducated liberal fucks. Also, fuck AF underscore deplorables for doing that CNN hit piece on you Nick and even attacking Chief Trumpster by accusing him as a MAGA tard. New fags are ruining it.
Thank you for the massive super chat. Whoa, Nigersaurus. Thanks for the huge super chat. I really appreciate it. Yeah, they censored Niger.
Oh,
hey, man, it's just a word.
Dude.
How about that CNN thing? Oh, my gosh, dude. That only made it, I'm not going to lie, that made it a lot worse. I was already like, man, I'm going to quit the show. Like, just annoyed by everything and everybody. And then that happened. And I'm like, oh, my gosh. Like, it just, how could it get any worse?
Likes up, fellas.
These two, and you know that this like CNN journalist reaches out to these chuds. Hey, how about we put on our Nick Fuentes t-shirts and our groiper hats and let's go groip out on the town. It's like, could you die? Like, why would you think that's a good idea? Oh my goodness. These like two absolute chuds. Look at us. We're in our Nick Fuentes t-shirt and hat with our knee socks pulled all the way up and our Hey Dude shoes. Like, why do you watch my show? Why do you like me? Could you watch something else?Maybe I need to switch it up a little bit. You should not be enjoying this. This isn't for you. Like, isn't there a sports game on somewhere, something? Can't you change the channel? Isn't there like a football game on or something? Isn't there like a sports bar you need to get to? Why are you watching my show? Can you fuck off, please? Don't you have an appointment at Sports Clips at 3, for fuck's sake? Goodness, they're sitting there in the Airbnb leaning forward like, all right, yeah, groiper. Spilling to the CNN journalist, he's gonna make them look like complete idiots. Nah, we did it, Nick, we saved the movement. It's like, it hurts, like it hurts, it's painful. Like, it actually hurts me deeply. Anyway, so I saw that. I was like, I'm not long for this world. So, yeah. Yeah, that was great. The pictures just kept getting better. They're like taking pictures of each other in the hotel room. Like, here we go. Look, Mom, we're going to be on CNN. It's like, oh my gosh. The ride just never ends. It's the same shit over and over. So, anyway, much to think about. I appreciate that they deactivated. Goodness. And I feel bad saying that because, like, I'm sure they like me. They like me. They like the show. Maybe they used to. I feel bad shitting on them, but
yeah, bro.
Like, come on, man, please.
Be all that cool to spend time shitting.
Like, if you're gonna represent me, just, I know they mean well. I'm sure they're nice guys. They mean well, but we have to be a little bit ruthless. I used to say these things. I used to tell people, if you're fat, go away. Like, if you're fat, if you're ugly, like, don't rep the movement. Don't say, hey, I'm a groiper. Like, go get skinny, then say you're a groiper. Get skinny, get rich, find an outfit that works, then say you're a groiper. Looks maxing used to be a part of our protocol. I used to be a little bit harsher about this. Then the movement got way too popular, and now everybody wants to bandwagon on, which is great, I guess. Like, I love the enthusiasm, but we got to represent ourselves well. So we got to dress well. We got to be skinny. We can't look completely ridiculous. So anyway, so that was that. Yeah, I didn't even get to really talk too much about that, but I appreciate the huge super chat.
Christ is King sent $333. Hope the Eternal City was refreshing and also meaningful for you. I realize this shit gets old, but I believe the future is bright. For Nick, no clue about America. God bless you.
Hey, thank you for the huge super chat. Yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty good. Good to get a change of scenery. Honestly, it was underwhelming. I'm not going to lie to you. Not going to lie, it was a little underwhelming. Big tourist destination, Rome is. It's like Disneyland. It's just gift shops and tourist attractions. So, Naples was a little better. Naples was a little grittier, a little more real. But yeah, look, America's the greatest country in the world. Everybody thinks that America sucks and everything, but no, America's still got it. We're just richer and we're just better, and everything we do is correct. Everything in every other country, it's like, are you kidding me?
God bless America.
I'm a snob. And if you're a snob, you realize Europe is dysfunctional. You go over there, they don't bring your bill when you're eating for dinner. There's just a lot of like goofy stuff that they do over there. It's like, this is just not the best. America's the best. America's the richest, most convenient. It's just the best. Like, this is the way. Like, they got strip malls there too. They got strip malls in big cities and tourist traps, just like we do. It's just ours are all that much better. So, but I appreciate the big super chat. Yeah, good
Mandy
stuff.
sent $20. Missed you.
Ah, thanks.
Veiled.Angelcake sent $25. Hi, Nick. I hope you're feeling better. How was your date with Candace? Did you two lady and the tramp a bowl of spaghetti?
You
Less
know,
than 3.
the thought of that really grosses me out because all I can think about is like sauce getting
All I can
everywhere.
think about
but,
was her time, vilest person of the
no,
year.
yeah. Me
God,
and Candace.
she's ugly as sin.
Well, it's never going to work out. It's such a shame. I feel so sad. Candace Owens went out to Rome.
18, 19-year-old white girl.
Went out to Rome to see her, and yeah, she left me hanging. She left me at the altar. She realized she was still in love with George Farmer. I'm devastated. I'm inconsolable. I'm crestfallen. Candace Owens, where are you? Candace! Not like this, you know. We toured the Italian countryside. We eloped. But she got cold feet. She realized George Farmer was maybe a little more stable, a little bit taller. She didn't want to do it. She couldn't commit. It's so sad. Oh, Candace, I'm never giving up on her. I'm never giving up on big old Candace Owens. Oh, Candace, why does she torture me? I'll see her in my dreams tonight. My beautiful Candace Owens. People were posting the what is it? The trip makes it out of the group chat, and it's like me and Candace and Jeffrey Epstein and Charlie Kirk. That was kind of funny. Kind of like a weird foreshadowing. But yeah. No, wouldn't that be hella romantic though if I saw her? What if I like bumped into her in Rome? Talk about a meet cute. Talk about the meet cute I've been looking for. Imagine I bumped into her in Rome randomly, like we're at the same restaurant. She wouldn't be able to resist me. But yeah, alas, it didn't happen that way. Like two ships passing in the night.
Rip Pete sent $25. Do you think Malay's move on Falklands is Ukraine 2.0? Israeli setting fires for cheap property and now conscripts to fight UK?
Okay, you people are retarded. Like, okay, I quit. I'm going back to Italy. Yeah, the Israelis burned down the Argentine forest, and now... Dude, shut the fuck up. Shut the
Kara sent
fuck
$30.
up.
Welcome
Stupid.
back. Much deserved time off Grower per mom, hoping you can say a quick happy birthday, Ari.
Hey, thanks a lot, Ari. What is that, your Jewish son? Ari Emanuel. Hey, I don't know if I'm going to wish your Jewish kid a happy birthday, but I appreciate the super chat. Thank you very
HR
much.
Stuff sent $500.
Yo, thanks for the huge super chat and no message. Wonderful. I really appreciate that.
Rabbi Selkestein at
Thank you.
WAPO sent $100. Get back to work. Nick Fuentes.
Selkestein, that's funny. Thanks for the big super chat. I
Frogcatcher
appreciate it.
1234 sent $20. Welcome back, brother.
Thanks.
Ginger Groy sent $200. Hey Nick, welcome back. First show back is the best birthday present I could ask for. Keep spreading the truth and God bless.
Hey, thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Oh, it's your birthday. Well, happy birthday. Enjoy. Hope it's a good one.
GOP Fallout
you
26
go.
sent $50. Did you see the short on YouTube by Naka Cookin? Tucker's in it pigging out, but you can see one of your quarter zips at the very end of the video.
No, I don't know what that is.
Nice Gyricism sent $200.
Hey, thanks for the big super chat. No message, even better. I really appreciate
Your
it. God
Unconcealed
bless.
sent $25. How could Keith forget the fries?
I-
Unbelievable. Looking good. Pause.
I know.
The effort to ascend is being actualized.
It truly is. Look at me. I'm a beast. Look at the definition. Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable. The ascension is pretty, I know it's hard to believe. Yeah, he forgot my fries. Who does that? It's like, I genuinely have a problem with people that don't order the fries. I know quite a few people that do that. I'm not singling anybody out. That's like the new thing. If people are like protein conscious or whatever, they'll get like a couple of burgers, no fries. I know there's a lot of people that do this. It's totally sociopathic. And I crash out on every single one of them. I say, how are you going to have a burger with no fries? How are you going to go to McDonald's and not get the fries? People say, well, it's calories, it's carbs, it's calories. I want the protein. What's the point? Like, you're at McDonald's, live a little. This isn't a protein meal. You're already eating shit. Have the fries. And anyway, I said, hey, burger, fries, drink. Burger, fries, and a Coke. He comes back. He brings me a McCrispy. I said, what the fuck is this? I said I wanted a hamburger. To him, he thought I just meant burger. You know, see, that's the thing. When you're too busy being a hippie, when you're all up in your witness consciousness, you're in the astral realm or whatever with the one. When you're with Noose on a different hypostatic plane, you forget the details like that. You forget that I said I wanted fucking fries with that, and I said a hamburger, not a burger. I said I want a hamburger, fries, and a Coke. He goes, here's your double bacon McCrispy, no fries, and a Coke. I was like, wow. Well, hey, at least one of us has borderline personality disorder. Holy. No, but he was good. He's a good guy. He's a good friend. He was there for me. He was chilling with me. He cheered me up a little bit. The goat. We're like total opposites, but that's why it's sort of, that's why we're good friends. Because he's just like totally mellow. Nothing bothers him. He doesn't care. And me, I'm just a maniac, you know? So anyway. Yeah, he forgot my fries. Can you believe that? Interesting travel companion. Throws his phone out the car. Forgets the fries. Phone dies all the time. But it's okay.
Random Tangent sent $50. Hey man, hope you had a good trip. Welcome back.
Thanks. Yeah, I did.
M4TT sent $21. The Onion is really about to buy InfoWars just so they can turn it into a Reddit humor website. Pure millennial slop.
Yeah, the joke is just like, who even cares about any of it anymore? Like, parodying InfoWars is so played out at this point. And that's not a shot at Alex, but like, there was a time when everybody was doing a parody of InfoWars. Stephen Colbert, Spider-Man. It was, I think, Bill Maher. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. But, like, everybody was doing an Alex Jones parody. So, like, The Onion in 2026, okay, I guess, bro. And then parodying InfoWars, like, who is this even for? This is for, like you said, it's for millennials, I guess. For people that are still following being liberal on Facebook.
And Miami
That's what
Broadcast
that's
sent
for.
$2,000.
Yo, thanks for the huge super chat, Miami Groybet, from a woman. From who is this female? Who is this female
No
that is
shit. I've never
a
heard him say some shit
$2,000
like
super
that.
chat from a Foyd? Wow.
Oh man.
I
That
wonder
gets
what
his
that's all
attention
about.
real
But I
quick.
really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. God bless. 07's for Miami Groybet and
Diddy
Nigersaurus.
Sprinkles sent $50. Your predatory super chats made me do this.
Yeah, I'm abusing my
Gavin
fans.
Pepperjack, she sent $100. Welcome back, sir. Looking fly as hell per usual.
Thank
Double
you.
exclamation mark emoji.
Thanks for the big super chat and the glaze.
Look up SDDMO21 on Google, sent $50. Thank me later.
I don't know. What are you trying to get me to Google? I don't know about all that. Okay. Why am I I'm not clicking on that. I am not bro. Why would you? Nobody Google that. Okay?
Gavin Pepper Jack, she sent $30. I'd pay all the money I have for an AF robe, 5-star hotel style.
Yeah? Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Zoomer Pilled sent $20. Hey Nick, glad to have you back. Have you thought about doing a live stream from Rome one day? Would be really based.
$3,000.
Yeah, maybe next time. We'll see.
Sterling Grower sent $20. Glad to have you back. Praying gesture emoji. Go off tonight. Prince emoji. You watching the new Euphoria episodes?
No, I haven't seen any of it yet. I can't wait though. I can't wait to binge it. Oh, I can't wait. It's my favorite show. It's my favorite show, of course. It's my favorite show of all time. Yeah, you know, I love the first season. The first season I just had to binge. So binge worthy. The first season, oh, I crushed it in like a few days. Second season, I didn't like. Second season, I don't think I even finished it. It was a bit of a letdown, bit of a departure in tone and quality from the first season. Third season, I'm actually excited about. You know, a lot of people are saying the trailer wasn't good. I think it looks good. It kind of reminds me of Spring Breakers. Remember that movie with, who's in that? Little Baby? No. Gucci Mane. Remember Spring Breakers? It was like James Franco and I think Mila Kunis and Gucci Mane. It reminds me of that, and I love that movie. That was a great movie. So I'm gonna watch Euphoria, and I'm gonna love it. Oh, I can't wait to watch it. So excited. Yep, just me sitting down on the couch, ordering some DoorDash, and binge watching Euphoria and loving every second of it, giving it my undivided attention and absolutely loving it. And that's me. And if you have a problem with that, hey, I don't know what to tell you, you know? I don't know what to tell you. Maybe get a life.
Braden Kellogg sent $40. Welcome back.
Hey, what's going on?
Grow Hyper Girly sent 20.
I love that people, I love how much people hate that I watched Euphoria. Because, like, if you guys are new, that was like a big scandal 4 years ago. Like, I watched Euphoria, and people were like, he watched Euphoria. That's so gay. That's so degenerate. And it's like, bro, it's TV. Like, it's not going to hurt you. It's TV, okay? Like, chill out. So
Bro,
at this point, I'm just
TV
doing
is
it
low IQ.
because I want to. Intensely.
Straight
Grow
up,
Hyper Girly
man.
sent $20. Hi Nick. My birthday
Nothing
was the
on
14th.
TV.
Miss you.
Vanessa
My fiance-
Hudgens was in Spring Breakers.
Grow Hyper Girly sent $20.
That's right.
Hi Nick. My birthday was the 14th. Miss you. My fiance and I love your show and what you're doing. God bless.
Hey, thanks. Oh, I'm so happy for you and your fiance. I'm glad it's going well for you. Well, seriously, but happy birthday. Hope you enjoyed. And I appreciate that. I'm glad that you missed me. The Groiper Girly with her fiance, probably tall. Probably some awesome tall Chad. Good for you. Congrats. No, but I'm kidding. Happy
Lady Liberty
birthday.
2002 sent
Enjoy.
$100.
Enjoy, Chad and Stacy.
Lady Liberty 2002 sent
So happy for
$100.
you.
Welcome back, Nick. Take me with you if you ever move to Italy. I can at least cook and clean for you.
Oh.
JK, but I hope you had a nice break from the mundanity of life.
Thanks for the big super chat. I did have a nice little break. I was ready to come back. It was time. I started to miss America, you know, but I appreciate it. Yeah, hey, next time, we'll see.
Jackson CA sent $58. No message.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate
Oki
it.
Grow Hyper sent $50. W Rome. W Ireland. WCNN. Keeping you in my prayers. Primo.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it, Primo.
The Jewish question
Appreciate
sent
it.
$100. I will still kill, rape, and die for Nicholas J. Fuentes. Park Groiper.
Thanks for the big super chat. No way. PK is the Jewish question? That's crazy. Hey, man, we'll add you back. You just got to stop tagging me all the time, okay? Can you do that? I appreciate you. I like you. I want you to be in the group chat, but I was in the middle of a meeting and you tagged me yet again, so I crashed out a little bit. But I do appreciate you. So thanks for the super chat. We'll bring you back. Just, you got to relax, okay?
Is we raping Sneeko sent $25. Welcome back, Goat.
Thanks. Good to be
Handcraft Ed
back.
sent $100.
Thanks for the big super
Dylan
chat.
Groiper sent $20. Rape tax brass. Eric Blair sent $20.
Okay.
How much Thomas Dalton have you read?
Not much, but I know who he is.
I love Nick sent $20. Where have you been? Crying face emoji. We missed you. Welcome back, Nick. Today I got my senior photos taken and I was all smiles till I saw the Star of David necklace around my photographer's neck. She had a big nose too.
Okay, grow up, dude.
Trent-
Jews exist.
Trenbolone
okay?
acetate slam sent $100. Welcome back. Vote. Handshake
Hey,
emoji.
thanks for the big super chat.
Fish
Good to
Roy
be
sent
back.
$100. Tropical fish emoji.
Hey, thanks for the big super chat. W Fish. Fish back. Dude. Fish Groiper.
Main Roy sent $20.
W
Love the
Fish.
show. New intro edits are pretty.
Chrome Fish.
Main Roy sent $20. Love the show. New intro edits are pretty gay though.
Really?
All of us in the chat would like the old edits back. Thank you.
Well, I didn't see them, so. And I don't care what you want. Well, speaking for the members of the chat, we would like the old. Fuck you. The edits are what they are.
Big
okay?
1,400 bitch Groy sent $20.
I think I speak for all of us when I say, shut
Big
up.
1,400 bitch Groy sent
Shut
$20.
up.
I'm sure Jews can't wait for this anti-Semitism wave to be over, and the status quo goes from the goyim no to the goyim new.
Yeah, real.
Geogander sent $20. Only 2 weeks worth of paid vacation a year, and when you do take that time off, they always chastise you for it.
Right.
Welcome back.
It's crazy. Yeah, well, look, I have to shoulder this burden, so I'm going to take the
Ms.
time
Meryl Gooner
that I
Groy sent
need.
$21. Buddy says he's sick and goes to Rome. Keep eating McDonald's and feeling like shit all the time.
That's
retard.
hilarious.
Fuck you.
I love that when I say like, well, whatever. I'm just, yeah. If that's how you think, then whatever.
Foxborough Groy sent $50. Patriots fan. Looks like you were vindicated again. Women. Female journo cheats on husband with doll. Jacked Pat's coach rabble. Thoughts?
Wow, is that real? Huh? Another Bronx tale. Just another Bronx tale, my friend. The beautiful. What is the expression? The beautiful will do what they will. The ugly suffer what they must. The Chad does what he will. The incel suffers what he must. That's life. It's not fair,
Shit.
but it is what
Willie
it
the Groy
is.
sent $25. My nigga. Handshake
My
emoji.
nigga, what up, nigga?
Heating on Dare Grow % $45. The legend is fucking back.
So
Welcome back,
true.
King.
Thank you. Good to be back. What up?
Pragmatic Culture sent $50. The Wang F's March on Rome. Also love the new lobby playlist.
Okay, see, so somebody likes it. Thanks. Thank you, Pragmatic Culture. Good to hear from you, my
The
friend.
Dead Cat sent $20. You said 9 p.m. Central Time CT, but it is more like 9 p.m.
Shut
Utah.
the fuck up,
Anti-Semitism awareness
faggot.
sent $20.
You said you were sick, but you said 9 p.m. Shut up.
Anti-Semitism awareness sent.
Just can you kill yourself?
Anti-Semitism awareness sent $20.
Please.
Hope you and Candace enjoyed y'all's vacation.
Yeah, we had a good time. Yeah, it was fine. We had a great time.
Carlin B sent
Old
$100.
Candace.
You look like you had so much fun in Italy. Welcome back, Nick.
I did. Yeah, I did have a lot of fun. Thank you for the big super chat. You know, sometimes you just got to fully send it. Sometimes you're just like, you know,
Out with your boy.
you gotta let your nuts hang.
M Hoplite sent $100.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for the
Yeah,
big
that's very
super
useful.
chat. The Hoplite is the GOAT, bro. He really helped me out of a little jam. Helped me out of a
Did
little
he?
bit of a jam. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, King.
That one grow for 19 cent $35. Good to have you back. W new and improved lobby. WU. Christ is king.
Okay,
We
see?
love you, nigga. Hard hands emoji. Gonna sub to the $100 a month club and order everything on the store to show my
Yo!
gratitude. God bless and I'll keep you, your family and all my
Thanks.
fellow grow-uppers in my prayers as always. Latin plus
Wow.
emoji, Vatican City emoji, USA emoji.
Thank you for all of that.
Father Chud sent $50. Glad you're back, dude. W Groy per army for keeping the content up during your downtime.
I'm loving the new AI stuff. I love all these new AI accounts. A lot of really cool edits. Oh, the Groypers are back in a big way. I'm so excited.
Nice.
So much good
High
stuff
Speed
on
C
the
sent
timeline.
$50. Hi, glad to have you back and hope you're feeling better. Do you think the next president will address the detainees at Guantanamo or each side will just kick it down the road until the detainees die DHS?
That's hilarious. Who cares? I don't know. Who cares, honestly?
Kara sent $100. Group chat Groyper mom wanting you to know I'm so glad took time off for yourself. As much as you hate this, can you please tell my young Groyper son happy birthday, Ari?
All right. Well, thanks for the big super. Since he asked twice, happy birthday. Happy birthday to your Jewish son, Ari. Happy birthday, Ari. Hope it's a good one. Thank you for the big super chat. Enjoy your birthday. You know, look, enjoy. Have a good time. Have a party. Tell your mother thank you. Tell your mother thank you. Your mother loves you more than anybody else in the world. So appreciate her and happy birthday, okay? Thank her for the gift of life and for caring about you. Okay, buddy? Enjoy.
Francesco.
We love the young Groypers. We love the young Groypers. So have some wholesome birthday fun. Have some birthday cake. I'm just teasing you about being Jewish. You're probably, maybe you are. That's fine. Who knows? But enjoy, everybody. Have
Francesco
a good
sent
time.
$200. Yo, dude. W Italian
Hey.
holiday. Welcome back, African American.
Yo, thanks for the big super chat. Good to be back. Yeah, good to hear from you, buddy. My man.
Where are my fries?
Not to be confused with any other Francesco, just the one from the super chats.
Where are my fries? Keith sent $20. Hope you had a good time seeing your ancestral roots. Glad you got some time off. Take another month off. Fuck it.
Honestly, maybe I will. Nah, if I do, it'll be after the midterms. But hey, thanks.
V1889 sent $100. Welcome back, Nick. No more dooming. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and do not rely on your own insight. In all your ways
Okay.
acknowledge him, and he will make straight your paths. Proverbs 3:5-6.
All right. Oh, thanks. I didn't know that. You're telling me for the first time. Hey, no more dooming. Remember Yeah, I am aware of the Bible. Thank you very much. Oh, I didn't know that. I feel better now. Thank you for the big super chat. Appreciate
Squid
it.
sent $20. Closed due to AIDS. Pool. Strait of Hormuz. America first last 2 weeks.
I don't get it.
TB Coda sent $100. Fist emoji.
Yo, thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, W that.
Weaver Rising sent $100. Welcome back, King.
Hey, thank you. The legend, Weaver Rising. Thank you for the big super chat. I
Sniffy Bump
appreciate
sent
it.
$20. Hey, dude. You're a pussy for taking 2 weeks off. I'll buy some merch to celebrate your return, though. Thanks for the show.
You wish you could take 2 weeks off, but you're a wage slave.
Wide Load Groy Pat sent 20.
You have to ask for permission to go to the bathroom. Sir, can I please take Friday off? My kid has surgery. Can I please take Friday off? See, that's you. That's you. I chose not to be, being a wage slave is a choice. Just like, I don't know, have money. I don't know. Be successful. Yeah. So who's the pussy?
Wide Load Groy Pat sent $20.
No, I'm kidding. We love all wage slaves. Washington Post. We love all of our wages. It's just jokes. For the wages, we pray to the Lord. We're praying for you guys, holding it down for all of us rich chads. Is that blasphemous to make a joke like that? But we are praying for them. We're praying for those wages. They toil in silence. Quiet desperation. We pray for their plight. Those poor wages. I do
Wide
love
Load
them.
Groy Pat sent $20. Paul Town would never have forgotten your fried potato sticks.
Well, I don't know, man. Who knows what Paul Town will be up
Spence
to?
sent $20. Free David.
I haven't been following that.
Alex Pacheco sent $20.
Thanks.
Skyward Scholar sent $20. WHC shooter, we don't need a new ballroom. The Secret Service / security worked as intended. The shooter didn't even get into the room.
Yeah, I don't think so.
One
buddy.
Fuke sent $20. Could you have found a gayer car to drive around Rome?
No, I think we were successful. We definitely found the gayest one. And that was our intention. So mission accomplished.
All right, sent $100.
So no, we tried. We looked for a gayer one, but we didn't.
All right,
we didn't
sent-
find one. We settled on that one. That was the gayest one we could find, and that's
All
what
right,
we
sent
went with.
$100. Very
That's
handsome
what we
tonight,
went
Nick.
with.
Red heart emoji. Welcome back. We care.
Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Thanks for the compliment too. Thanks. Me? Thank you. Do you care? Do you care about me?
Israel
Thanks.
First
I
Grower
hope
sent
so.
$20. Here's my monthly donation to the Groiper Defense Fund. Wank, we are so back.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
WMD sent $100. Nobody with an IQ over 120 actually cares about the correspondence dinner, the lone wolf dark-skinned Cali leftist, or the ballroom build. It was, however, quite enjoyable and welcome comic relief to see old JD get ripped out of his seat and manhandled like the doughboy puppet he really is. Shout out to RFK Jr. and Dana White for not giving a little shit.
Thanks for the big super chat. Yeah, dude. He's looking like shit, dude. Yeah, he got dragged out of there by a collar like a pussy. It was kind of badass that Trump fell, which is hilarious, but it was badass that initially he didn't even flinch. He was just like eating. And then they pushed him on the floor. That was kind of cack.
D-Line 74 sent $20. I appreciate you, Enclave. Thanks to you promoting peptides, I went from 280 to 225.
Good.
I ascended. Now I bang black people's girlfriend as a Mexican.
Oh.
Mogging 2026.
Okay, well, thanks.
Skyward Scholar sent $20. The Republican Party has really gone too far this time. Openly accepting bribes, bending to Israel's every whim, breaking every promise they made to us about improving our lives. Hashtag take out the trash.
This time, he said they went too far this time when they did those things. Dude, that's all they've ever done.
Mm-hmm.
Accepting bribes, bending the knee to Israel. What do you mean this time? That's all they've ever done. They went too far this time. That's what they do.
Labcraft sent $20. You are the groundhog. You see green loafers and 2 more weeks of no-show.
I don't get it. What's green loafers?
Homeless
He's a
guy from
little
Rome
light
sent
in the
$20.
loafers.
You cannot park here. Move your car. Son of a bitch, Mama Mia.
That was crazy. Yeah, some vagabond, some
fuck.
disgusting transient
Little life
tried
light in the
harassing me,
loafers.
telling me to park somewhere else.
Oh man,
I'm like, get the fuck away from me.
mix a little light
She's
in the
like, you gotta
loafers.
park over here. I'm like, what are you, the parking police for the Vatican? What are you? Who sent you out here? The Pope? Get the fuck out of here. I don't even know who you are. Dirty vagabond. I can't believe they allow that. I'm like, where's the Royal Guard? Guards, take him away. There was like a Secret Service agent. I'm not even joking. That's who I was talking to. Like, this guy was harassing me. And then this like secret agent spawned out of nowhere wearing a suit, and he had a badge. He whipped out his badge. I was like, hey, this vagabond is harassing me. And he did nothing. He was just like, hey, get out of here.
Crazy how our
I was like, bro, this guy's going to kill me.
all nothing but video game terminology.
So, yeah, it was weird.
Video
Weird
game
situation.
Willie Nail sent $100. Welcome back, nigga. Did you ever get your Vatican fries?
No. Thank you for the big super chat. No Vatican fries.
Ophelia Rose sent $25. I love that Roy Pet's shirt, and any girl complaining is clearly not Gen Z. You truly are the voice of our generation.
That's true. That's 100% true. And I appreciate you saying that, because, you know, that's what girls grew up on in this generation, is like brats. I know that because I have a sister, okay? But yeah, that's very Zoomer coded. And the only people that don't like that are millennials, okay? 31-year-olds that never had a Bratz doll. I know the truth hurts, but that's why you should have never insulted the merch.
Vicious sent $20. Reading the Bible again, working out, stop drinking, quit nicotine, thank you. You're looking good, no homo. Year of refinement.
Thank you. Oh, yes, indeed.
Ohio Ann sent $50.
Indeed
Have you
it
considered
is.
expanding your reach through skills programs? America First Speech and Debate, Moon/journalism programs, and selling them? I would definitely create curriculum and marketing for you.
No, not really. Model UN program is not like at the top of my
Unfortunate
list.
Evans 808 sent $50. New here. You match my tism. I'm single as a Pringle. If politics gets too boring, can you talk more about Stalin? Colored pencils are dope and so are your human heart.
Oh, gosh. Oh, my goodness gracious. Ugh. Holy. Ugh, colored pencils are dope. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. No offense. No, I don't mean to offend you. I appreciate that, but like, I don't know about all that. You match my tism. Things you want to hear from a female. Things you want to hear from a foid. You match my tism. Goodness gracious. What have I done to
Jesus,
deserve?
man.
I'm single as a Pringle. If politics get too boring, talk more about Stalin. Holy, I mean, that's crazy. But I appreciate it. Oh, but I appreciate it's a very nice message. But I don't know. It just, I don't think we're going to work out. I don't know. It's just moving too
he's in his
quickly, and I don't think it's going to
20s.
happen. But I do appreciate it. Thank you for maybe if politics gets boring, maybe.
Maybe
Lil
if
Wade
my
sent
twink
$100.
phase gets
Looking great,
boring.
sir. Glad to have you back.
Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate
James
it.
Fishback sent $20. While you
Thanks.
were gone, I had to watch Candace and Ben Shapiro. Generational run is looking more like a generational Billy Daly.
Penny loafers.
Well, look, how long? I told you the generational run was in 25. Now I'm resting.
Stetson
It's
859
going to
sent
start again. Just chill.
Stetson
See Nick
859 sent
bending over and
$20. The
grabbing
purpose of a system is what it does. Esoteric shit, nigga, it's too deep for me.
Dude, everyone is saying that now. The first time I heard it, I was like, oh, I never heard that. And then everyone was saying it, so.
Fence Pro sent $20. You went to see your handlers who are paying you to Judas Trump in America. You're such a
Yeah.
fucking lying scumbag. You went to meet your handlers. You and Candace are on the same payroll.
Yeah. We met with Obama and David Axelrod in the Vatican to snake Trump. Yeah, it's not because Trump went to war with Iran for Israel. It's because of the Democratic Party.
Skyward
right?
Seller sent $20. Doesn't sound like a coincidence. Seems like they are trying to get you to open up to Candace.
It was the universe. You're right. It wasn't a coincidence. It was the universe. The universe wants us to be together. Why can't you see that? Why can't you just see that? Can't you just open up your eyes and see what you're looking for is right in front of you? You're right. It wasn't a coincidence. The universe wants us to be together. We can't stay apart anymore. Oh, Candace. What are we going to do with you? She's so obstinate. But one day, we're going to be eating cornbread. And then it will all be worth
Skyward
it.
Scholar sent $20. How were the chicken tenders in Rome?
I know I didn't have any chicken tenders there. I had a lot of pasta.
Frankenbear69 sent $20. Deadass missed you.
Thanks, bro.
GSX123R sent $50. Did you meet up with Jared Taylor and Kevin Deanna at Casa Pound when you were in Rome, lol?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't see him while I was there. You know, I wasn't really there for work. I was kind of there to just chill out. I didn't really feel like talking about immigration and race. I'm not being shitty. Like, I love them and everything. Love Kevin Deanna. He's brilliant. Love Jared Taylor, obviously. But I was kind of like on vacation. I didn't want to talk about like the white race and politics, just wanted to relax a little bit. But I don't even know if we overlapped. I don't know when they were there. I think they had a conference, but I didn't get invited to it. But you know what? I didn't even get invited to their conference, so I don't feel bad, actually. I didn't get invited to the secret club, the secret hangout. That white nationalist circle, they kicked me out years ago for being too awesome. So, it's no love lost, I guess. No, I wasn't invited, actually. They have all these meetings I don't get invited. VDARE, Charles Martel Society, this. They have all their little meetings. All the little white nationalists get together. It's the same group every time. Same people, same shit, different location. And they don't invite me. Well, I wouldn't have gone anyway, okay? I wouldn't have even gone anyway. So... yeah, can you believe that? It's been going on for a long time. I went to a couple of those things and then they ostracized me because they want to be boring forever, They just want to sit around and be boring.
Keith Woods cracked screen sent $30. Just accept it. Your phone is going.
Your phone is
Jacob
going.
Fontaria sent $20. Hey Nick, maybe you and Sneeko are both brown clowns. You pray towards the east because that's where the Vatican is.
Duh. That's just retarded.
Slay 3R8888 sent $50. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Arbondele 5 sent $20. Welcome back.
Thanks.
You see Trump's now talking about reining in hate speech.
Did he really? I did not see
Catch
that.
sent $30. God blessed you with a huge mainstream platform pretty much a year ago, and you've been talking about quitting.
Oh,
Sick.
shut the fuck
DC
up.
Growiper 941 sent $20. Thanks for taking a pic with me Friday night at dinner after your last Thursday show. I tried to be respectful of your time and keep it short, but I wanted to let you know that I watch your show daily.
Friday night at dinner after my Thursday show. Which DC Groiper was that? There are a few. There are actually a few that came up to me, but I appreciate it. Yeah, hey, thank you, man. Are you the black one? No. You were the one with the wife. Okay. They were good. Honestly, I went to DC. I was like a celebrity. I was just getting recognized everywhere. Yes. No, but I appreciate it. I had to think there for a second about that time. But no, that was fine. You were very polite. I really appreciated that, actually. But yeah, it was good to see you.
Portager sent $20. Do you remember the last straw/moment when you realized you couldn't support Trump anymore? The king takes his black queen to Rome for a sneaky link and everyone freaks out. Let a nigga live. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. All love.
The moment when I couldn't support Trump anymore, I don't know. There's a lot of things. Probably when Nikki Haley went to Israel in 24 after the primary ended. I think that was the moment.
The guy sent $250. Thank you for returning.
Hey,
Less
thanks
than 3.
for, that. Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, of course.
Gumble sent $20. Welcome back, you midnight. Midget. Mexican. Machiavelli died if the quadroon loaded his room with explosives the way the Vegas shooter loaded his room with ammo. Things would have been bad. Nick, stay safe.
That would have been
Riley
bad.
James sent $40. Welcome back, bro. Are you going to see the Michael Jackson movie?
Nah, I heard it sucked, and I don't really like Michael Jackson that much.
Feminify sent $100.
Honestly.
What if, as an alternative to the death penalty, prisoners with life sentences can consent to be used for science? Send them to space, ethical experiments and research.
Thank you for the big super chat. I don't agree with that, but I
Gratitude
appreciate
Maxson
it.
sent $50. What a wonderful present. Return of the show on my birthday. Catching replay later. $950,050.
Very good. Well done. Very
William
good.
sent $50. 100K on YouTube. Doyle seething. Welcome back, man.
Really? You got 100K on YouTube? Congratulations. Well done. Congrats, Virillium. John Doyle is currently being mogged by Virillium. That's actually crazy. So W, the goat, Virillium, my nigga. Hey, congratulations. Good for
Nicholas
you.
Arvaro sent $20. W show Nick. Sending love from Quebec, Canada.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
Big Z Growiper sent $75.
Thanks.
NW2G and W2B sent $50.
All right, we're almost
Brother,
done
where's your
with these,
7-man
okay.
bench? Who are we supposed to listen to on these multi-week breaks?
Okay, chill.
Because my hero sent $50. What state do you see America in by 2036? God bless.
I don't know, man.
Go9
Nobody
sent
knows.
$20. If you want to go unnoticed when you travel, why don't you try wearing more common clothes and blend into the crowd with hats or hoods or sunglasses? You could.
Oh my, yeah, thanks. I've tried that. You guys are idiots, man. It's just totally insane. Hey, have you ever thought about wearing a hat? No, I never thought of that. I didn't try that. Dude, people recognize me anyway. I wear a disguise whenever I go out. People, hey, if you want to go unnoticed, why don't you just try wearing a hood? Never thought of it. Thanks for telling. It's like,
Groiper Wizard sent $20. Been clapping Candy's
Okay.
choxy cheeks in the Coliseum? No.
okay.
Fort Wayne Groiper sent $20. First time super chat. One of your best monologues in a long time. The vacay was well needed. Glad you're feeling better.
Okay, so what my show sucked until tonight? Thanks, I guess.
White America first sent
Okay.
$20. We're not voting our way out of this. Violence is the solution. History
No,
has
disavow. You want to go do violence, knock yourself out and fuck off. Like, I'm not a part of that. I'm not encouraging that. That is not what I do. That is not what we do. That is counterproductive, immoral, and illegal. So people go, oh, we want to do violence. Hey, you first, fucktard. I want no part of that, and I disavow that.
Litmus Groiper sent $50. Nick, with your AF501C4 for 2026 and Epstein/Iran purge calls, what are the exact non-negotiable litmus tests for 2028 candidates? How do you prevent neocon/Israel
Ugh,
first?
shut
Jake
up.
Shields spell check sent $50. Chud the Builder says he's a Groiper wearing AF merch and smoking weed while driving on stream, harassing blacks, promoting shitcoins and gambling. Is this worse than Wignet's Joel Davis or Handsome Truth?
Yeah, I don't support that. I don't like the weed. I don't like harassing people in public. I don't like the gambling. I don't like that stuff. So he seems like a nice guy. I don't know that much about him, but yeah, let's rise up a little bit, okay? Let's raise the bar.
The prison sent $20. Nick, I'm disappointed in you. You didn't even get in the top 5 of anti-Semitic influencers.
Yeah, he
Fucking
was
Gratitude
number
Barrett was
8.
above you. Do better.
Okay,
Supreme Leader
very
Fuentes
good.
sent $20.
Greta
Hope your
Thunberg
trip was
got
restful.
higher up
The
on the
pictures are
list.
beautiful. I'm glad that you're back and streaming again.
Thanks.
You look very handsome, like
Thank
you do all
you.
the time. Yes, you're mugging.
Thank
Have a-
you. I
Base
needed
Crocheter
that.
sent $30. Wow, you look good.
Thanks.
Laura DB sent $20.
Thanks,
Faith
guys.
Merrill looks beautiful in blue, not going to lie. What do you think, Nick?
Guys.
Boy, Bro sent $20. Thoughts on millennial cringe discourse around the drama and beef season 2?
Haven't seen either of those shows.
Stem Sand Seed sent $20. Masculine Christian leadership seems missing today. You're the man, Mr. Fuentes.
Goodness gracious. Oh, we need muscular Christian leadership. Okay. bro.
Roadcase sent 20.
We need biblical, muscular Christian.
Roadcase sent $25. Excellent show, Nick. Welcome back. I was at the Fishback FAU rally. It was electric. Some are wary, but the rhetoric is there.
It is, dude. It's awesome.
Tucker Cut Tarlson sent $20. Glad to have you back.
Thanks.
Part Groy per part 2 sent $21. Why don't you CTA your base more often? Why doesn't every rep have 100 of calls from Groy per constituency?
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Bruce Ningsworth sent $30. Don't stress too.
It's like a marketing thing. Where's the call to action? Why are they shut the fuck
Bruce
up?
Ningsworth sent
and kill
$30.
yourself.
Don't stress too much about these.
These people are so
Bruce
annoying,
Ningsworth sent
man.
$30. Don't stress too much about these niggas king. Laura Loomer eats dog food and these niggas really be beefing with themselves
It's
on
true.
Twitter. Stay safe, Nick. You're the best.
Thank you.
Mythical Creature Groiper sent $25. Been watching Bradley since 2015. He's the GOAT. Sad backstory about his father, but it's turned him into a great man.
I don't really know the backstory too well, but yeah, he's a great guy. I really like him. Mythical Creature Groiper. That one gets me every time. Remember Mythical
Red Dot Fan
Creature?
Show sent $20. Will you ever get a wiener dog? Also the Rome Beard Mogged.
I'm thinking about it. I think I need a dog, but I know that I would never be able to take care of
Aaron
it.
from Normal Eel sent $20. Nick, why would you do that to AF deplorables? He seemed like a patriot and what you did was honestly so weird.
Oh, you're an idiot.
CBG
so.
sent $1,000.
Thanks for the big, whoa, thanks for the huge super chat. Holy, I really appreciate it, man. Thank you very much for the massive super chat. 07's in the chat. God bless. Wow, thank you so much.
Young Groiper sent $20. 18 years old. Was at trade school before listening to show. Now I'm in community college with 4.0 GPA. Transfer to Georgetown.
Wow. Congratulations. That is good. Good for you. Georgetown's an excellent school. Great for getting into government and politics. Your options are, you have a lot of options if you do that. So good for you, man. Nice. Yeah, they want us all being plumbers. They want the Goyim to go and be plumbers. Nothing wrong with being a plumber, but you're not going to change society as a plumber. You need to be a lawyer. You need to be in government. Some people go, oh, the lawyers aren't the only ones that can. It's like, it's a bureaucratic administrative state. Yes, you need to be a master of the law or business or tech. One of the above. Sorry, but like the society is not run from an executive level on the trades. You might say, well, where would society be without the trades? It's like true. However, you want to steer society. It comes from the universities. It comes from the money. It comes from the state. That's what you need to be in the business
Gotta
of. So
subject
I love to hear
yourself.
that.
Tommy Goy sent $40. What is your favorite Justin Timberlake song?
Brainwashing.
Oh, that's a good one. Let me think. Favorite Justin. Maybe Mirror or Does he sing Apologize, or is that somebody else? Too Late to Apologize? Or am I thinking, is that like One Republic or something? Let me think. That's him, right? That's Justin Timberlake. Too Late to Apologize. You know how it goes?
Where are the fucking likes?
Yeah. Maybe that one. That one's pretty good. Oh, it's featuring One Republic. I've forgotten more than you know. But I'm proud of myself that I got that. Yeah, that's a great song. That one, Suit and Tie, always liked. Trying to think what else he even sings.
It's Nightgurt.
Sexy Back. That's great.
It's Nightgurt sent $20. Motorcycle Arquen? We are too stupid for you. Deep down you know you need to leave us and go chase your dreams.
I would never do a motorcycle.
Hussein Wubby Hill sent $20. My name is Azriel Montoya and I love the Groy Pet shirt. I will wear it to the ballroom and wait for you to dance with me. CDAE
Awesome.
sent $20. Love what you have to say about educating yourself. 19 years /O National Guard Goy and they are paying for my college this summer. Pick up a book this summer, Grow Wipers, for the sake of
Love
Went.
it. Yes, absolutely love it. I love 19-year-olds. I mean, I love when 19-year-olds go to college. Wait, hang on. Wait. I mean, I love when 19-year-olds go to college for the movement. Absolutely. Yes. Get it paid for by the government, your parents, get a scholarship. Wait. No. No, but I love it. Good
Joan
for
Funk
you.
sent $50. No message.
Thank you.
Jimbo Zoomer sent $20. I interviewed the CNN groyper and he confirmed the CNN journalist didn't even tell them to wear the matching t-shirts. That was their own idea. I explained why it is really embarrassing and he'd act.
Oh, no. They got together. They're like, this is freaking awesome. We're wearing our Wang Half shirts and our America First hats.
All right, hey,
this
dude,
is freaking
shoot.
awesome, dude. Oh, gosh. They mean well. I feel bad, but we also need some tough love, okay? Let's get on Reddit True Tide. Let's fix the outfits. Let's clean up the haircuts. Let's get it together, okay? And then you can come to Valhalla, okay? Then he can come to the studio. But until then, you know, we got to go on a training arc.
MN Groy
Training
sent $100.
montage.
Welcome back, Unk.
Thanks. I guess I am, Uncle.
Kowalkane sent $20. I understand why you dislike Loomer, but I just saw multiple videos this week from the past where she was defending you and saying you shouldn't be canceled even if people don't like what you say.
Okay. Where have you been have you been in a coma for the last 3 years?
Pink Groy sent $30. I haven't been keeping up with politics since your last show and honestly life is better when you don't. Normie life is great.
It honestly kind of is.
Unknown sent $20. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Gage Dooley sent $20. Welcome back, bro.
Thanks.
H. Monza sent $20.
Thank you.
This was the first time I've sat and watched an episode the entire way through. We'll
Really?
be doing so more often. Always watch clips and edits though, of course.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Ferdinand
I'm
sent $20.
glad you liked it.
Never beating the allegations by calling that Roman man good looking. Also, you'd like the teriyaki McBurger from JP McDonald's.
Who is the Roman man? Who's the Roman man who did I say was good looking? I don't remember.
White America First sent $20. Miami Grow iPad is Larry Jumer.
Oh, really?
Grow Wiper's mom sent $200. Welcome home.
Hey, thanks. Good to be home. Thank you for the big super chat. It feels like home. Thank you, Groiper Mom. 07's in the chat for
Bret Hart
Groiper
sent
Moms
$20.
everywhere.
Say something nice about Texas and don't roast it seriously.
No, I don't think I
OK
will.
Computer sent $20. Just graduated high school on Saturday. Put take your own side as my senior quote. Easily the most valuable lesson I learned from America First. Thanks,
Oh.
Unk.
Okay, that last part hurt a little bit, but hey, love it. Love that. Graduated high school.
Pretty
That's
amazing that Americans
crazy.
need to be
Well, hey,
told
congrats,
to fucking
grad.
stick up for themselves.
Wow.
Damn,
Get to
dude.
work now. Now get to work. Your life starts now. Don't let your parents or other people tell you otherwise. The clock starts now. Don't let them tell you, you got all the
You gotta
time in
learn
the
that.
world, man. You got all the time in the world, little buddy. Hey, sport, you got all the time. You don't. Clock is ticking. The countdown starts now. High school's over. Bullshit is over. Fun time is over. Now it's time to get to work. You understand? Reading. Do not
Oh, wow,
fuck
lost
around.
the
Don't
light.
waste time. You should be reading every day, reading books, reading good books, learning a language, learning an instrument. Education isn't just for school. Go to college, get a job, build your network. This is when it starts, okay? That's going to be the next most important lesson from the show. But congrats, buddy. Graduated, I guess it's end of April. Wow. Thanks, Unk. Yeah, you're welcome, Neff. Now I'm the old guy, isn't that? I was 18 once. Now I'm the old guy. Now I'm the unk giving the advice to the young whippersnappers. Yeah, well, that's how it goes, I guess, huh? Well, hey, good luck out there.
Average John.
Good luck out there, son.
Average John 93 cent $100. Glad you didn't quit. W. Brad Talk.
Thanks for the big super chat. Yeah, me too, I
Co-Wildane
guess.
sent $20. I wish you'd do a video series where you how to buy a political career type and you use real examples. Can't fit my idea.
I have no idea what you're talking
Savior of
about.
Man sent $20. What's worse? Smoking weed or watching a cuck show?
What's a cuck show? I don't know what a cuck show is. Are you referring to Euphoria? Or are you talking about something? I don't know what even that means. But smoking weed, watching TV or smoking weed, definitely smoking weed for sure.
Costanza Grower percent $67.
Thanks.
AF 999 cent $50. Way to come back strong with a 10/10 show.
Thanks.
Mainstream GOP in shambles again.
Wow. Thank you very much. You thought it was 10 out of 10?
FL
Thank
Groper in
you.
DC sent $20. Thanks for taking a pic with me Friday night after your last Thursday show. Tried to be respectful and kept it short.
Nah, you did, and I appreciate that.
Hubs Life sent $30. You're a real Catholic. Anthony Gross on Instagram is a better role model for Gen Z.
All right, then watch him. I never said I'm a role model.
Thebe Lumpkin sent
Sheesh.
$20. Missed you faggot.
I am a real Catholic, though. But watch him then. Why are you giving me money?
Vortex Groy percent $100. Welcome back. God bless you.
Hey, thank you for the big super chat. Thank
Chief
you.
Trumpster sent $20. Welcome back, Nick. Glad you enjoyed the vacation.
Hey,
We missed
hey,
you. Crown
Chief
emoji.
Trumpster, what up, goat? Hey, man, good to hear from you, buddy. I miss
Groy
you.
Explorer sent $20. Favorite Italy side and meal from the trip?
Oh, favorite thing? Let's see. I don't know.
String trimmer, not weed eater or weed whacker.
Probably
String
my
trimmer.
favorite place was like I really liked the Spanish Quarter in Naples. That was really cool. And Colosseum was awesome. You know, all the Circus Maximus, all like the ruins of the Roman Empire. It's all like right in the same place. That was cool. The fountains were cool. Best meal, I had a lot of the Roman pastas. Like I had a cacio e pepe that was really good. That was probably my favorite. They had like a fried dough with sauce on it. That was really good.
Fentanyl is good for you sent $21. Fuck Mary Kill. Ben Shapiro. Shabbos Kessenbaum. Daniel
We can't.
Finkelstein.
They'll sue me. They'll sue me.
Brodenell sent $20. What's your opinion on going into the army nowadays with how gov is also you are starting to get those Ben eyebrows JK Lowell?
Yeah, I have thick eyebrows.
Amanda
I don't know. Maybe you should go to the
Amanda
army.
L sent $40. 40-year-old mom millennial love you. Make sure my teens tune in. Miss you. Would be proud to have you as a son-in-law.
Aw,
Smile.
thank you. That's very nice of you to say. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
you've gotten so many.
We love the
super
moms.
chats.
We love the family. So
Oh.
wholesome.
Hundreds.
Thank you. That's a very nice compliment.
Bubble Base Grow I sent $20. Why were you so chopped in high school? The glow up Israel.
I don't know. I just was. I was a nerd. Okay. I was a nerd. I was a fucking nerd. Okay. Happy?
David Rourke sent $20. Here are $20 nigga. Long
That's
live the
why.
future galactic emperor. Deus Vult.
Thanks a lot.
Rejoicing young man sent $20.
And I still
My girl
am.
went and your cuck pill has been so liberating.
You were
If Tom
wrong,
Brady can't get his
Bush.
Floyd to stay, how could I be expected
Oh,
to?
dude.
Anyways, it's
so
fuck a Floyd, marry
real.
the movement.
It's
Ascendant
so
2026
real,
grow
bro.
hypers.
It's, dude, the cuck pill is so, a lot of the initiates are not ready. Don't tell them. The initiates are not ready, but your girl is going. Your girl is going. And that is just a fact.
Groithard sent $50.
It's a
Tucker
fact.
sounds like Daryl Cooper at least once an episode. DCC's DC is loyal friend and red pillar. Scott Horton new texting buds WTC and got the second joke head show. He'll steal their credibility. Sparkle
Okay.
Grower sent $20. Been a fan of the show since like 2021 to 2022 and thanks for starting the show back again on my birthday.
Yeah, you got it. Thank
Castle
you.
Bravo 27 cent $20. 18 yo transferring to Rutgers
Epic.
3.8 GPA.
Love it. Good for you. Awesome. That's awesome. God bless you.
Rubio
man.
for 2028 sent $20. Hey bud, not to tell you how to run your program here, but you should add the SpongeBob voice for the super.
Okay.
Up to sent $30. Thanks for coming back. So's about the bit we got into on X.
I don't know who you are, but thanks.
Bro Hyperstein the Destroyer sent $100. No message.
Thanks for the big super chat. Appreciate. And this is the last one.
Mr.
Okay.
Ferdinand sent $20. The AF underscore deplorables guy jumped on a space with Chief Trumpster to explain himself, but by the end of the conversation, he never realized that he and his family could possibly be doxxed by the left.
Okay, but like, what about me? He also made me look bad. So, okay, all right. That's our last super chat.
Thanks.
That's
Like,
gonna do. That's a lot of super chats.
brother up with the light.
That's gonna
Maybe
do it for
subscribe,
me.
fellas.
I think that's all we got for tonight. So, that's all I have for you. But thanks for watching. Remember to smash the follow button, smash the like button, leave a comment. I'm on the air Monday through Friday. As always, remember to check out our merch store, Fuentes.store. Subscribe at AmericaFirst.plus. Thank you.
All right, fellas. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Do another one tomorrow. Hope y'all enjoyed the show. It was nice finally having something to watch. Although the super chats dragged on forever, but I appreciate you guys watching. I'll see y'all tomorrow.